It is 6 o'clock at the MJ Morning Show. Again, here we go. So the question is, what are the odds that this freaking thing is named Milton? I mean, Fester, what are the odds? You know, you've got a whole hurricane season with all of the storm names.
Yeah.
And the one that is hitting us at this juncture in time is Milton. Milton Fludge-Cow, who was the subject of all those crank calls for so many years and hundreds of thousands of CDs that I sold. Anyway, there'll be no Milton Fludge-Cow calls. I'm telling you right now. Don't ask. I'm not playing any freaking crotchety old man calls. None. Zero bupkis. People are like, hey, I need to play some Milton. No, I don't. I'm not playing any damn Milton. There's going to be no Milton Fludge-Cow calls.
I remember when the hurricane name list came out, and I saw Milton on the list. And
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, great.
You know, I saw it. I forgot about it.
Yeah.
Kind of filed that away. And then, you know, you hear of the next name that's up in the queue. So what were you saying, Roxanne? Your mic was down.
I was just saying that's the only Milton I know. When I saw that hurricane name and I saw, here he comes, I go, Milton. Do I know any Miltons? No, Milton Fludge-Cow. That's it.
My grandparents had a friend. Don't laugh. My grandparents, and this might be where I came up with the name Milton as a first name. My grandparents, Franny and Al, on 169th Street in Flushing, New York, where they had their row house. It was a corner. It was a nice one. As nice as row houses can be in Flushing, Queens. My grandparents had a good friend across the street, Milton Kumsky.
Wow.
Ooh.
Wow.
Milton Kumsky. So I don't know if that's where I came up with Milton. Andrew's also reminding us Milton from Office Space.
Yeah, okay.
And on MJTV, I can hold up my red stapler, which is right here. All right, so here's the deal. 5 a.m. advisory rolled out a little before 5 a.m. this morning. At the house, just hitting refresh. Who does that? How many of us sit in the refresh? Because with the big advisories from the National Hurricane Center, we know they're 5 a.m., 11 a.m., 5 p.m., and 11 p.m. And typically the advisory comes out a certain amount of time prior to the actual hour to give the broadcast operations and the TV folks even more chance to update the graphics and get all that stuff into the computer. A lot of the graphics, they populate automatically with the weather products that the TV stations use. But, typically it's not unheard of for the advisories to come out 15 minutes early. Sometimes they push it to just a minute before. Sometimes the advisory might be out, the actual text, and then the map doesn't roll out to a few minutes later. But here's the deal. The whole area, as of the 5 a.m. advisory, as what was predicted, the entire area is under a hurricane watch. And that means that hurricane conditions are expected within 48 hours, within 2 days. Now, the timing on this has been somewhat interesting because the storm seemed to slow a bit. For instance, at the 5 a.m. advisory, it picked up a little bit. So we were sitting at 6 miles an hour, and that had dragged out the landfall time a little more. So yesterday, late, it picked up to like a forward speed of 7 miles an hour. Right now, this thing is not even over the Yucatan Peninsula. This thing is still to the west of Mexico's Yucatan. So if you know the top of the peninsula, this thing is still to the left of that. And then, of course, it's going to, kind of brush the Yucatan and then get into the Gulf of Mexico. And then that's the big question. The steering currents, the trough, where this thing actually ends up. And the margin of error is pretty significant. It's at least 100 miles. So when you see a line, so to speak, at this point, you still have about 100-mile fluctuation as to where this thing could actually make landfall. Obviously, conditions are going to be the worst to the south of landfall. So winds and storm surge are going to be the worst, right on top, and then to the south. Any questions, class?
No, I've been following all this. Dennis really does a great job of keeping everybody up to date. I do feel like in the past, Dennis has, when it's been like, okay, it's coming to Tampa Bay.
Who is this Dennis you speak of?
Who is this random Dennis? He's my friend, Dennis.
Yeah.
Yes. But I feel like in the past, he's been like, if it's coming to, everyone else is saying it's coming to Tampa Bay, and Dennis is saying, relax, don't worry. But I do watch Dennis.
No, he's not saying.
He says he's just take a chill pill and just go to the beach.
He's not saying relax, don't worry.
He says don't panic until I do.
Well,
but what he said is he's always said in the past, a lot of time things could change, and he was always the voice of reason. And right now, when I'm reading his updates, he was like, he's just flat out. It's going to hit our west coast of Florida. We just don't know how far south of us or how far north of us or whether it's a direct hit to Tampa Bay.
Well, again, this is 100-mile margin of error on where this thing's going to, Dennis has his rule number 7, don't freak out until he freaks out. Oh, speaking of this Dennis you speak of,
yes.
And what is this Dennis's last name? Do you have any idea?
This Philippe, I believe.
Philippe? Philippus?
Yes.
Flippity flips? All right, so Dennis Phillips, our good pal. Dennis Phillips, ABC Action News chief meteorologist, will join us at 9 o'clock. So he was up, late, obviously tracking this. I saw that he posted, I think he might have posted around the 2 o'clock advisory on social media. So Dennis will join us at 9 a.m. this morning. So make sure you are listening at 9 a.m. for an extended MJ Morning Show discussion with Dennis.
When does that poor man sleep?
He does. He's sleeping right now. That's when he's sleeping. he's,
Little chunks of sleep.
he couldn't come on at 7:30, 8:30 because he's sleeping. Now, but 9 o'clock, Dennis will be with us for an extended segment. We will be speaking with Greg D., Dennis's counterpart, his colleague at Channel 28, ABC Action News. We'll speak with Greg D. Numerous times this morning and get the latest. Obviously, you know the schools situation. If you don't, a lot of stuff is closed. You have some schools closing tomorrow. So Citrus County, all schools are closed Tuesday and Wednesday. DeSoto, Tuesday through Thursday. Hardee, Tuesday through Thursday. Hernando, all schools closed Tuesday and Wednesday. Highlands, they're going to announce information later today. So Highlands, you're going today. Hillsborough County Public Schools. All schools closed through Wednesday. So Hillsborough County, now for the major counties in our area, Hillsborough County closed today, tomorrow, and Wednesday.
Right.
Pinellas County, same thing, closed today, tomorrow, and Wednesday. Manatee, same deal, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Pasco County, same deal, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Now, Polk County will be closed tomorrow. So, Polk kids, you've got school today. Sarasota, again, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So, Sarasota closed. And then, obviously, most private schools follow the public school closures in their county, but check, your mileage may vary, etc. And then, of course, check your websites for all of your local colleges and universities and Phoenix University Online.
I mean,
all right.
And-
what are they doing at the University
Yeah.
of Phoenix?
Yeah.
Good question. And parents, if you just had to learn that your kid's school was closed from MJ,
Yeah,
you're not paying attention.
Yeah, you're a sucky parent. Yeah, I'm going to slap you.
As you're saying it, I'm thinking everybody already knows this because of the social media out there.
So again, timing-wise, this thing slowed down. We're looking
Yeah, it did.
we're looking at a later event. The news actually came out yesterday. So really into last night, we had a later event schedule. So as of later yesterday afternoon, actually, is when I first saw that this is going to be a later event. A lot of reports have this thing as a 1 p.m. event on Wednesday, but yesterday afternoon, that started getting pushed back. So, more into the evening on Wednesday is what's expected to be at least a Category 3. So, at least a Category 3 is what is expected. But, it could weaken because there are some factors. What the hell time is it? All right, 6:11, running a little late already. All right, let me grab a quick break here. And we've got you covered all morning long. We've got every aspect. We'll take your phone calls. We'll get all the, the feet on the street and find out what's going on in your neighborhood. Stores, shelves empty of supplies and water, the typical stuff. But the MJ Morning Show, we're here. We got you covered all week long here on 104.7 FM, Q105. Traffic's on. Here is Shriner with the latest. It is 6:19 at the MJ Morning Show. I got Fester and Roxanne kind of bickering. What do you guys?
All right, you want to know what it is? This is the most.
What are you bickering about?
All right, because
little kids over here
during the commercial break,
it's like I got two kids in the back of the station
you
wagon.
got one teacher's pet. He's a kiss butt.
Roxanne is so delusional.
I'm not a teacher's pet. Let's make that clear.
All right.
Oh my God!
All right, Fester, just back it. Just I don't need the drama. I don't need the drama from you. I don't need the voices.
This is so ridiculous.
Just what are you bickering about?
You don't even want to. It's so stupid. It's irrelevant.
If we replayed it to the audience, it would be so embarrassing for you.
For Roxanne. Well, for everybody. Listen, during the commercial break, as soon as we take our commercial break, Roxanne starts talking. I have my headphones on.
Right.
Roxanne starts talking about how she read or was introduced to or saw this book by one of P. Diddy's exes, Kim Porter.
Right.
Yeah,
right. And as she's talking, I'm like, I don't care. We're not going to talk about that today.
Were you rolling your eyes?
I said, and you know what
yes. It has nothing to do with you, MJ.
Right.
I know that we're not going to talk about
kiss us.
Look at this. So
we're not talking about that today. We're strictly hurricane coverage.
Today, I only care about things we're going to talk about on the radio.
I only care about what. Here's the thing. I
already
told MJ. I already told MJ. I told him in an email. I was telling you that was for your edification.
Save my damn brain space.
Then you must not have much of it, do you?
Fester, back down.
Oh, Jesus, MJ, come on.
Calm down.
You're a kiss butt because I won't listen to her talk for 4 minutes about.
Do I ever talk for 4 minutes? I leave this room in 10 seconds so I can go get out of here.
And look how butthurt she is.
I'm not butthurt. I'm just saying it like it is.
Fester,
sorry, the truth does hurt your butt. I'm sorry.
Oh
back it down.
What a terrible broadcast.
And believe me, this reminds me of just hurting a butt reminds me of what I read in the Kim Porter thing, and it's traumatizing me.
All right, Fester, Roxanne is just venting a little bit and talking about something else.
Hey, let's talk about P. Diddy right now.
No, we're not talking about P. Diddy.
No, it's important.
But,
it's important to fill our commercial space.
All right, I'm turning your mic off.
Turn it off. I'm embarrassed.
You two have fun.
All right, let's just. I'm moving on.
All right, great.
All right, everyone, calm down. Everyone's on edge, folks. Even my little kids in the room here are on edge. Hey, and for once, it's an argument that I'm not involved in.
I know, that's pretty.
How about that?
Great.
You're like this sweet mediator.
You're an easy.
Hey, Chloe and I were loading a dumpster in the rain last night. Not our dumpster, but I ordered the dumpster. I paid for the dumpster. It's for our elderly neighbors who had just piles of junk in their yard. I'll get into the story in more detail.
Yeah, you loaded it because if you don't, it's going to end up in your yard tomorrow.
Yeah, if we do have the impact that is potentially expected with Milton, they had just barbecue grills and propane. I don't even know, all couches and tables and all their baseboard from their first floor of their house, drywall. So Chloe and I were loading up the dumpster last night. Hey, I got to give a shout out to Gabe from Early Bird Dumpsters. And he's a small operation, small business. And Gabe has 10, 15, and 20-yard dumpsters and it's rapid load. And he just drops it, you fill it, and he picks it up. So I don't know how jammed up he is right now and what his schedule is, but we've used him now I think 3 times on our street. Michelle got him the morning right after we had to deal with the cleanup from Helene, and then 2 neighbors then had him come right back with an empty dumpster, and then we had him back out yesterday because I had all of the yard debris in front of my house, and I can't wait for the city to do that. I had 35 filled trash bags with debris. So, and then I had just stacks and stacks of palm fronds and all that crap.
What's this guy's coverage area? I mean,
so he's, Tampa, Pinellas, but I think he's really concentrating on Tampa now, and he has a lot of South Tampa action going on. Okay. But I'm telling you, call him up. See what his availability is. I mean, I hope I'm not going to overwhelm him. I mean, it's like, sometimes I'll mention something on the show and I'll hear from people later on, I can't handle all of the calls. Stop mentioning me. So I've had that happen. I had, the hair salon lady, I don't even want to mention her name. She told me that she got in trouble because I mentioned her on the air.
You're kidding me?
Don't mention her. Stop it. Stop it. Stop mentioning her name. Stop mentioning her name. She got in trouble because I was mentioning how I like this haircut lady and where, and now I can't mention. I don't want to mention her name again. I don't want to mention where she works because I don't want her to get in trouble.
That says a lot, given your hairstyle. I mean,
the hell are you saying?
I mean, listen. The very talented hairstylist does the best she can with the very unfortunate situation she's handed when you walk in.
Right. So, floppy moppy, is that it?
MJ, around the Bay Area, there are thousands.
Oh, by the way, the dumpster dude. Try. It's Early Bird Dumpsters. So if you want to search for it, if you want to Google Gabe, it's Early Bird Dumpsters. And we've got a debris issue.
Yeah, we do.
With impending Hurricane Milton, of all freaking things, we have a debris problem because we essentially have piles and piles of projectiles, furniture, wood. I mean, think of all the flooding and all the baseboard with nails sticking out that's sitting curbside, and couches and mattresses and dressers and end table. I mean, everything. I mean, it is so horrifically sad to see what happened with Helene, and now right on its heels, we've got this Milton. And Milton is going to be really, really bad for a certain portion of the west coast of Florida. There are going to be effects felt everywhere, but it is going to be really bad for, 20 miles? the strongest winds and the highest storm surge potential is roughly 10 to 15 miles from the center. On this particular storm, it's greater for other storms. Helene was a monster. Helene was a big, fatty boom. Helene was huge.
Yeah.
And it was a massive storm that covered like the whole freaking state. With Milton, this is a much smaller, compact storm. And this thing's going to wind up pretty fast. You know, right now, latest at 5 a.m. has it at 100 miles an hour. So we're on our way to what they think is a Cat 4 in open Gulf. And then hopefully, before it strikes the west coast of Florida, we're going to deal with a lessening. We're hoping that it loses strength because they do have it at a 4 and they have it at a 3 on land. So where does this land? We don't know. The bottom line is everyone has to be preparing for this thing. If you're from Fort Myers north to, let's say, Cedar Key, you've got to be concerned with this. You've got to prepare. You got to prepare like it's going to hit you. And you're going to put a crap load of work into this. We're all going to feel effects. There's no doubt about it. But some are going to have much worse effects. And I would much rather spend days and days preparing and not need it than not prepare and wish you had prepared. I'll take that all day long. I will work 15, 16 hours a day preparing and getting ready and doing everything possible, hoping that it does not affect me. And you should be in the exact same boat, folks. So Greg D, we'll get him on this morning. Let me see if he's texted me yet. All right, Greg, all right, I got to go through this text. So we'll have Greg D on from Channel 28. Dennis Phillips joins us at 9 a.m. So Chief Meteorologist Dennis Phillips, ABC Action News, will join us at 9 o'clock for an extended segment. At Fester, Roxanne, now that you guys have kissed and made up, well, maybe not, but now that you're not bickering, anything you want to add?
We actually have a little more kissing to do during the commercial break.
Yeah, we'll do that. I did pull your finger, so that was our way of making up. But I do have to say, you know what I wish there was is like a good reference. I mean, I don't know how this would help us that incredibly much, but if there's a reference point for what hurricane you can compare Hurricane Milton to, like, is it comparable to Charlie? Is it, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like if there was a
size-wise?
database size-wise, speed, I mean, I know where it hits is the, differential.
Why don't you mark that down and ask Dennis that question when we
Okay.
do a special MJ Morning Show edition of Dennis Phillips Live coming up at 9 o'clock. So make sure you're with us at 9 o'clock this morning for a special Dennis Phillips Live here on the MJ Morning Show on 104.7 FM Q105. Also, spread the word that the MJ Morning Show is here, and we're going to have the most extensive coverage for you. We've been doing this a long time. I've been here since 1994. Even when I had the little stint going on in New York, for a couple of years, they would call me, and I would come down to do hurricane coverage. So 30 years on the air in the Tampa Bay area. Just been through a lot of these. Been through all the false alarms, been through the near misses, been through the brushes. So we've got you covered. So spread the word. Anyone that's looking for, a reliable radio source, it's the MJ Morning Show, 104.7 FM, Q105. Make sure you get a battery-powered radio. Go get a we don't know what's going on with this, with power outages. Get if you don't have one, go get a battery-powered radio. Amazon might be your best bet. If you're an Amazon Prime, you might be able to get a same-day delivery today or delivery tomorrow. Get a battery-powered radio and make sure you have enough C cells or D cells or double A's or triple A's, whatever it takes, and also for your flashlights as well. All right, 6:32. Let's take some early phone calls next. A lot of people like to, talk about what's going on in their neighborhood and, what they've observed. So let's grab phone calls next. 800-990-1047. 800-990-1047 is how you get on. If you have any comments, any questions, 800-990-1047. 800-990-1047. That is how you get in. Any observations, what's going on in your neighborhood, the remnants, the leftovers from Helene, any aspect. We'll grab calls next here on the MJ Morning Show. My friends at Two College Brothers Moving and Storage. Comments, observations. You know, we were at Publix yesterday picking up just some last-minute things. We have a hotel, so I'm in an evacuation A zone, and depending on where this thing is heading, and it's moving slow enough that we're going to have an idea, but we are planning to evacuate. We have a hotel not far away in South Tampa in a C zone. So an evacuation C zone, which should be okay. If not, Fester, we're coming to your house.
Come on over, man.
In Lutz.
Yeah. Beautiful L.A.
Yeah. And, you know, it's amazing. We pronounce it Lutz here, but most, if you're not from here, you call it Lutz. Like the name of the Amityville horror family.
The Lutz family.
The Lutz family. True that. Let me grab some phone calls here. 800-990-1047. 800-990-1047. You have any questions, comments, observations? There's just a lot to cover this morning, but I wanted to grab some early phone calls. You know, people have questions, and if we can answer, we'll help. People also like to, I think, talk about it. I think there's a therapeutic value to a certain extent, and also I think it kind of hits home and maybe prods people to prepare when they hear others that are on the air. And I think it's all part of a public service. So if you want to get in right now, we'll take phone calls. 800-990-1047. 800-990-1047 is how you get on. Let's start with Robert in Palm Harbor. Robert, hi. You're on the MJ Morning Show.
Yeah. Hey, MJ. How you been?
Doing fine, Robert. What do you got? I'm sorry. Is it Robert or Roberto?
Well, my last name begins with an O, so I just go with Roberto.
Oh, I got you.
Roberto.
Yeah, it's Roberto. All right, Roberto.
Yeah.
All right, what do you have for us?
So, three things, B, B, and K. B is the bicycle. I met you at Massimo's probably 2 months ago now, you came out and you looked at my cycle, the Trek.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I saw you in the parking lot at Massimo's in Palm Harbor. I know who you are.
Yeah. And the family was inside.
Yeah.
So I got this, everybody. Yeah, kind of cool. Those bicycles are still available from some bike shops in California. You can actually.
I'm not worried, Roberto. I'm not
talking
worried.
about
I'm not worried
hurricanes,
about bikes right now.
Okay, and then the other B is blueberries. Have you noticed?
I'm not. I don't.
Jesus.
All right,
All right,
Robert.
Robert.
Do you have anything to talk about with the hurricane?
Yes, I need the model number for the kitty.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Rob.
You need the model number for what?
The kid, KID.
Oh, the carbon monoxide detector.
Correct.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah. See, all right, now we're talking. So, I don't want to talk about bicycles and blueberries right now, but the carbon monoxide detector is very important because if you are operating listen, it's not just if you're operating a generator, but I think that's important. But I just think a carbon monoxide detector is important for your home. If you travel, I have a portable carbon monoxide detector that is a sealed unit. It's a 10-year lithium battery. And let me.
Any model number?
Yeah, hang on a sec. I'm going to find it for you right now. And I like that. I've had dozens and countless people ask me, Kidda, hang on a second. I'm going to tell you right now, Kidda carbon monoxide, 10-year. And let me see if I can give you the model number.
There's this amazing
so it's
resource called Google.
Yeah, right now it's $44 on Amazon, and all you have to do for the carbon monoxide detector that I like, it is just go ahead. I don't have a model number, but just type in Kidda carbon monoxide detector with 10-year battery, and it's $44.95 on Amazon. So go ahead and hit that thing up. Hey, Roberto, Robert, great talking to you again, buddy. Let me grab line 7. Paolo is in Tampa. Hi, Paolo. You're on the MJ Morning Show.
Hi, MJ. Big fan. I've been around since you were with DJ. But a few things. The big ththing is watch out for standing water after the storm. Make sure you don't have any breeding habitats for mosquitoes.
Yep.
Anything that can be a potential container, cups, tarps, toys, tires. I know there's a lot of debris.
Yep.
The second thing are trees. Look at the standing trees around your home, around your structures. These wind speeds are going to come in. Last storm, when Helene came in, when Daddy came in, a lot of debris on the ground, a lot of branches. So watch out for those potential hazards. And if not, seek shelter if you're scared.
I think
or worried.
All good advice, Paolo. Be very conscious of trees that could hit your house and where those trees could hit. Those are some of the dangers. Like people that run generators, don't run them in your garage. Don't run them in your living room, obviously. Even outdoors. Make sure it's make sure it's not right next to a window where it could get into your house. That's why, I think it's very important to have a carbon monoxide detector. All right, I'm going to take a break a little early right now because I just got word that Greg D from ABC Action News, meteorology department, will be available for us. So meteorologist Greg D., one of Dennis Phillips' colleagues, could talk to us in about 5 minutes. So I'm going to grab a quick break here so we can speak to Greg D. for as long as we possibly can. All right, here's the deal. Garage doors were a major issue with Helene. I'm sure there are going to be issues coming up as well with Milton. If you have any garage door problem, Banco... Just got a message from Greg D from Channel 28, and he was telling me he's trying to call our hotline and he's getting voicemail. That's not good. All right, let me try to buzz him. All right. All right, calling Greg D quickly here, and hopefully...
You have reached Greg D. I am unable to...
That's weird. Yeah, hang on a minute, Fester.
Now we're getting voicemail.
Yeah, now I'm getting his voicemail. Oh, that's great. So our hotlines are not... Can you please call Max and Chris right away? Thanks. All right, grab line 1. See if... That might be Greg calling us. Let me call his cell again. All right, here we go. Now it's ringing.
Okay.
Oh, we got him on 1. Okay.
Error for which is 100 miles. Error for which is 100 miles. So this track could really still change significantly. What we're watching for is how far of a dip south does the storm do in the Gulf of Mexico. Is this: if you are in an evacuation zone, please get out of the way of this storm if you are near water. That is the biggest concern. We are under a surge watch, and the latest forecast, I don't know if you had a chance to talk about it, MJ,
Yep.
but they're putting out 8 to 12 feet for the bay. Now, you see that number. It's big. It's much bigger than Helene. But that number only happens if the eye makes landfall north of the bay. If the eye of the storm goes into Manatee or Sarasota County, those numbers north of the eye do not happen. In fact, it would be very plausible that the bay would empty by 6 feet of water.
Yeah, we've seen that before, and that is spooky.
It is weird.
Yeah.
So that's really my biggest message this morning. I don't have any specifics for any. I've got people asking me about specific counties. I can't even give you a county forecast at this point. And believe me, I'm as frustrated as everyone else. But I do think that if you are under a mandatory evacuation, please listen. And in terms of evacuating, today and tomorrow are good. And because the storm is slowing down its forward speed, and the timing with this looks similar in terms of Helene, so towards sunset would be the worst weather on Wednesday or later. Even the first half of Wednesday, although it may not be ideal, will probably be doable to get out.
Now, Greg, I wanted to talk to you again a little more about timing. You just brought it up. So yesterday, the timing got a little later. It seemed to be pushed later toward the afternoon, and now it seems that the timing is going to run later into Wednesday night.
So what the storm is doing, instead of taking a direct path toward the West Florida coast, it's doing this little U shape to where it dips down towards the Yucatan and then goes up. How big that U-turn is, how far down it goes, will determine when it gets here. If that turn is really wide, it's going to take a longer time for it to get up here. If that turn is very shallow, it's a quick turn, it gets here earlier. And the latest information just seems to indicate like that turn is going to be deeper, and it's going to take a little bit longer for it to come back up the coast.
All right, so a deeper dip, how does that affect the trajectory of where it's going to make landfall along the West Coast?
It could move it a little farther north if it dips a little farther south in the Gulf. And I know that's complicated.
Yeah.
But it could do that. And that's why I think some of the models last night started trending a little north of the bay is because they saw that dip being a little bit deeper, and then the track down the line shifting north a little bit.
All right, Roxanne, did you have?
Yeah, I just was curious. Why does it dip? It just it seems like, I don't know. I mean,
Well, it's the trough.
What's pushing it down?
Something pushes it.
It's the trough, and then the low pressure that's actually moving through the Bay Area today with all the rain, that is impacting Milton, and Milton is kind of trying to get out of its way. This low pressure moves away, and as the low pressure moves away tonight and tomorrow, it introduces a little opening for the storm to go north ahead of that trough. So it's where that opening sets up for the storm as it approaches. We still, by the way, expect it to be weakening as it approaches our coast. In fact, it may not have an intact eye wall at landfall. This storm between Tuesday and Wednesday probably is going to change tremendously in its look because of strong upper-level shear. The problem is because the storm will be so strong tomorrow, it will likely still be strong in a major hurricane as it moves in.
Greg, if there's no eye wall, what does that do to the intensity?
It spreads it out over a wider area, and it drops it. So it'll drop from 145 to 120 maybe, but that's still a lot of wind. I actually got to go. 15 seconds away. We've got updates this morning on abcactionnews.com.
All right. Text me when you can hit me up again live, okay?
Will do. Appreciate you guys.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
Thanks.
All right, Greg D., ABC Action News, meteorologist, part of Dennis Phillips' meteorological team. Greg D. does a wonderful job. He is very good with explanations. He paints the right pictures. I walk away from every phone call with Greg D. learning something. I'm jotting notes over here furiously so we can, bring you up to speed. So Greg will text me and let me know all of the times that we can speak with him during the course of the program. Dennis Phillips will join us at 9 a.m., so we will have an extended segment with Dennis Phillips. It'll be an MJ Morning Show, Dennis Phillips live, coming up at 9 a.m. this morning. So 2 hours from right now, make sure you're with us. Make sure you tell your friends, send text messages out. Tell folks to listen to the MJ Morning Show at 9 a.m. here on 104.7 FM. When you tell people Q105, also make sure you tell them 104.7 FM. In fact, just say MJ Morning Show on 104.7 FM. The whole Q105 thing is so 1979. Let's.
I mean, it is.
We ought to be Q104.7.
Yeah, Q105 doesn't help.
Yeah, no, it doesn't. Listen, I don't know why they're hanging on to the nostalgia, but just go to Q104.7. All right, so just let everyone know that Dennis Phillips will be on the way with us coming up in just a bit. All right, Fester, I saw that your brain was swirling. I think you wanted to ask a question. What are your thoughts?
Greg did such a great job explaining everything. It's just a matter, MJ, of looking for supplies. I mean, the gas stations near my house were all bagged, and on the way in, I was lucky enough to find a functioning gas station that had all the pumps open.
So that's interesting. What gas stations were bagged without fuel? Well, listen, clearly over the weekend, there was a massive run. I filled up Saturday morning at 7 a.m. I was filling up my gas cans. So I have, gas for, I've got a couple of generators. So I got gas ready. Also gas for the cars.
Sure.
In case in an aftermath you don't have enough gas for the vehicle. So I've got a little collection of gas. I did it 7 a.m. on Saturday morning, and things were not really that bad. And then right after I did gas on Saturday morning at the Walmart gas station right at Dale Mabry and 275, and there were plenty of open pumps. It wasn't busy. I went right across the street to Home Depot. And Home Depot Saturday morning still had, a good supply. I got a stack of sandbags so I can fill my own sandbags. And I've got a couple of doors where I might want to put, a foot and a half or 2 feet just in case it's a situation of a matter of inches of water that I can keep out of my house. So and you look at the storm surge, the storm surge predictions, they are prepping us for 8 to 12 feet. For Helena, they were prepping us for 5 to 8 feet. What did I say? Helena. I'm sorry. Helene.
Helene.
For Helene, they were prepping us for 5 to 8, and that pretty much verified. In South Tampa, we had a storm surge of around 7 feet. So we had that predicted storm surge. And that's one of the things that caught people off guard, is that we were warned about storm surge repeatedly, year after year, storm after storm, the storm surge, the storm surge. It never came to fruition. And this time, the prediction did. They were spot on. But again, and I hate to use this cliche, the boy who cried wolf was at play here, because people were like, they say storm surge all the time. It never happens. It's nowhere near what they say. And this time with Helene, there was a massive storm surge, and it came true, what the predictions were. That was the worst storm surge that we had in the Tampa Bay area in over 100 years. Since 1921, and that no-name hurricane that hit Tarpon Springs 103 years ago. So heed the warnings on the storm surge. And again, it is going to depend where this makes landfall. The worst of the storm surge is going to be right on top, and then to the south of the storm. So the worst wind and storm surge, the actual center itself, and then to the south. And sometimes they say the storm surge is even worse, just a little bit south. But this is going to be such a smaller, tighter, compact storm that the worst of the effects are really only going to be 10 to 15 miles to the south of landfall. So there are just so many factors, so many conditions to worry about. The fact is, we're going to have mandatory evacuations that I'm sure are going to start rolling out today, and heed those evacuations. Traffic is going to be a bitch. Sorry to put it that way, folks, but traffic is going to be a nightmare with people fleeing. What was it? I'm trying to remember the traffic with, was it Ian? Or Idalia? Yeah, I'm trying to remember some of the traffic situations. And, I-75, I-4, people headed east. But remember that this is not a coastal event. This is going to hit the coast on the west side of Florida here on the Gulf Coast and then cruise across the state. So are you going to be driving or running to an area that then is going to get hit once it makes landfall? And there's still a good chance that it's going to be a Category 1 over land for a good portion while it rolls over the state. Polk County is an example. Polk County did not have much effect from the last storm with Helene. Polk County didn't have really anything to speak of. In this particular case, Polk County could have some serious wind. You're not going to have as much of the flooding with storm surge, but you could have extensive flooding where areas flood or river runoff, because we're expecting a lot of rain. This is also going to be much more of a rainmaker than what Helene was just last week. The fact that we've got 2 back-to-back storms, it's really just stunning here.
If you are evacuating, you want to go north or south on this storm. You don't want to go if you're in the Tampa Bay area, you don't want to head toward Orlando.
Yeah, I know some people that are going down to Naples. For us, I'll get into specifics later on, but we're staying in the Tampa Bay area. If we need to evacuate, and we're going to be in an A zone, most likely we're going to be in a mandatory evacuation zone, and depending on where this thing hits, I'll make the decision whether I'm going to stay in the house with a locked and loaded AR, or I'm gonna leave. So we do have a hotel in Tampa. I'll get into that later on. They're probably sold out now. As we were looking for hotels yesterday, a bunch of the hotels that I would go to along Boy Scout near International, because that's a C zone in there, I believe, and closer to the airport, you've got some A zones. So on Boy Scout, you've got I'm trying to think, right near the runways down Boy Scout, as you get closer to the veterans, I think that's an A zone. But as you get closer up toward Lois,
It rises up.
You get into some C zones. So they're not even evacuation B, they're evacuation C zones in that area. And a lot of those hotels along Lois and Boy Scout were sold out yesterday. We happened to find something, not far away that's also a C zone where we were able to take a hotel. We took, I booked a room for Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, just out of an abundance of caution. But hey, we're going to get out of our house. Depends also where this thing hits. And again, if it goes south, then the storm surge is what we're worried about. The adage that Dennis likes to use all the time is hide from the wind and run from the water.
I'm sorry, you mean if it goes north?
Say it again.
No,
if it goes south.
If it goes south,
then we're on the northern side, and the surge is below.
Right. That's what we want.
The storms.
We don't want that.
Well,
for the
storm surge is below the hurricane.
Right.
So if it runs just north of the Tampa Bay area, that gives us storm surge.
Exactly.
If it is south of Tampa Bay proper, that puts the storm surge below. And in many cases, it sucks the water out of the bay. We've seen that creepy, eerie situation before.
Roxanne, what she inadvertently just did there was kind of that storm anxiety guilt where she said, oh, we want it to go south. And then instantly you trigger, wait, hold on, there's people there too.
Yeah, of course.
So wherever you are on the Gulf Coast of Florida, for your individual situation, you want this storm to go as far south from you as it can. And it's terrible to say that, but that's the reality of the situation.
Listen, someone's getting hit.
Yeah.
The worst effects are going to be 10 to 15 miles from the storm. It's a smaller storm. Someone is going to get whacked. Now, it is still way far out. I mean, this thing is still west of the Yucatan Peninsula. It is not even pulled on the same, parallel with the Yucatan yet. It still has until early tomorrow morning. Folks, early tomorrow morning, like 1 a.m., it's supposed to be like right over the Yucatan. And then the question is, how much does it dip into the Yucatan Peninsula? And you heard what Greg D from ABC Action News just said a few minutes ago. If it dips further south, it actually puts it in a trajectory for it to make that U and actually curve further north. Some of the models have it pushing south. Some of the models have it pushing further north. And that's why there is still some track uncertainty, and we might not have a better idea on the track until it actually clears the Yucatan, gets out into open Gulf of Mexico to figure out what the best guess is going to be for landfall.
How come when I look at these spaghetti models, there's always one that has like no chance, but it's up there? Like it hooks over the keys.
It's just the computer models. You have all these different model runs, and it just depends. Some of these computer parameters, the models that are run, have just a wild hair. If you look at some of the ensembles, you always have a wild hair. Look at the models that seem to have a consensus. And right now, that's part of the issue here, is a lot of the reliable models, there's not a consensus yet. With Helene, there was a consensus. All of those strands, the bulk of the strands for the spaghetti models were completely in agreement, or they were very close to each other. They're very. Oh, now we're hearing it's a Cat 3. So hang on. Did they just? Where are you hearing this, Andrew? Hold on. Let me put your mic on. Where are you getting this?
Let's see. News 6. I'm getting it from Fox 13.
Oh, it's a Category 3 right now, or it'll be a Category 3 by the time
it's now a 3.
Okay, so we're here.
Yeah, it's now 3.
That's a big.
That's even before the intermediate advisory. Well, it was right on the cusp of a Cat 2 just earlier. So a 2 to a 3. With rapid intensification is not out of the question. This is expected to be a Cat 4. And is a Cat 5 out of the question? It's not. This could actually turn into a Cat 5 at some point, but then hopefully weaken before it hits the Florida West Coast. The biggest piece of information, folks, that we can give you is just prepare. If you're in a mandatory evacuation zone, just be prepared to roll out and not ride this. The bulk of the deaths, I know what I wanted to say a little while ago. The bulk of the deaths by far are storm surge. In any hurricane, a large number of deaths. It depends on some of the stats that you look at. But some stats will say from the early 90s to 2012 that it was a little over 50%. There are some numbers that say that it's 90% of the deaths in hurricane come from storm surge. Again, hide from the wind, run from the water. Fester, I wanted to do me a favor, make a note to yourself,
Okay.
because I wanted to hear about your gas woes trying to find gas, and we kind of got distracted. Let me grab line 7, Jennifer in Dover.
Hey.
Jennifer, hi, you're on the MJ Morning Show. Welcome, Jennifer.
Thank you. And speaking of cats, we're going to be taking on a dog and 3 cats and a couple that we know from Largo who's already trying to recover from Helene.
Oh, wow.
But I just had a silly kind of a suggestion that might be helpful to some people. Okay, first of all, Dennis Phillips has the best prep list ever for hurricanes. And he's the one I got the original idea from, which was to fill Tupperware containers and put them in the freezer and just fill it up so that it acts like a big cooler in case your power goes out. But what I do is I had the idea that I would just fill those with ice from the ice maker, like a couple days prior. And then that way, whether or not the power goes out, I then have usable ice for drinks or whatever.
Absolutely. It's a good idea.
The problem
It's
is
a silly idea, and then also freezing a cup and then putting a coin on top.
Yeah.
Yeah, a penny or whatever, so that you can see how much meltage may or may not have happened in the freezer.
Right.
That's probably one of my favorite tips.
Yeah.
It's
From
still
Dennis,
silly,
yeah.
but helpful.
Yep. Hey, Jennifer, thanks
Good
for
stuff.
the call. All good information. We appreciate the call. And we're going to be grabbing a bunch of phone calls during the show this morning. 800-990-1047. Mark that down. 800-990-1047 is how you get on. Fester, quickly on your gas woes. Tell me what your gas situation was.
So listen, I'm looking at gasbuddy.com, and it has a map of every gas station in the area, and the vast majority of them have fuel and they have power right now, and they probably have some lines as well.
Right.
But I drove by a racetrack gas station at the corner of Bayers and 275 this morning,
Right.
hopping on the interstate to come to work, and it was a ghost town. There was nobody there. It was bagged up, and I look at Gas Buddy, and it's marked yellow, which means it has limited fuel
Right.
options.
Well, again, you have a lot of people buying gas. There's plenty of gas, I would imagine.
Right.
Helene might have slowed down some of the tankers and the barges coming over from the Gulf ports, but there should be plenty of gas on hand. It's just that people are going through the ground supply so quickly as they fill up gas cans and vehicles that the trucks and the distribution is probably taxed right now. With the gas delivery companies getting gas quick enough to some of the gas stations.
But today's the day to top off your tank.
Yep.
Yeah.
Today's the day.
Well,
Don't wait till tomorrow.
Actually, you probably should have done it over the weekend.
Okay, right.
But if since you can't go back in time,
Yes.
going back in time, since you can't do that, I would. Yeah, good idea. Today's the day.
Make today the day since we can't go
Yeah.
backwards to Saturday.
All right, 7:17 at the MJ Morning Show. We start over an hour and 20 minutes of nonstop MJ next. I have not even gone through my list. I haven't even made a dent in my list to deal with. We'll get some local officials on during the course of the show this morning. We'll have Greg D from ABC Action News on again. Dennis Phillips live on the MJ Morning Show at 9 o'clock this morning. Make sure you're listening for that. If your car... Q105, MJ and the crew, 104.7 FM at 725, and absolute complete coverage of Hurricane Milton, which is now a Category 3. So we had an update from the National Hurricane Center even before the 8 a.m. intermediate advisory. Remember, we get the main advisories. The large updates happen at 5 a.m., 11 a.m., 5 p.m., and 11 p.m., with the intermediate advisories that come at 8 a.m., 2 p.m., 8 p.m., and 2 a.m. And as the storm gets closer, you'll start getting more significant updates, even in the other advisory times and not the main advisory updates. At 7:26 here at the MJ Morning Show. Roxanne, what did you just bring me?
I just brought you a couple little things to think about, just kind of feeling the pulse of the community. And one of which is probably people are running around today very distracted. A lot on everyone's mind. You have your normal work responsibilities and you've got your kids at home most likely, and you're trying to prepare for this storm. So just to have patience with everybody and to be safe on the road. People are distracted. They're not in their right mind.
Well, be patient on the roads.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen some aggressive driving, and we talked about this before, that sometimes in a state of emergency, and of course, all of our counties in our listening area have been placed under a state of emergency by the governor, by DeSantis, for whatever reason. And I've recognized this, that it's not everyone. Thank God it's not even the bulk of people, but there are some folks that, for whatever reason, that in an emergency situation, they think that traffic laws and decency is suspended, and it is not.
Oh,
What?
Governor DeSantis didn't say that in his emergency preparedness state of emergency speech. We're suspending tolls and we're suspending all road rules.
Yeah. Another thing that you mentioned to me earlier was a lot of folks that have, don't take what Roxanne said
sarcasm.
literally.
That was sarcasm.
That was sarcasm. Road rules have not been suspended.
No.
Well, officer, I heard Roxanne say it this morning. I go 100 miles an hour.
Listen, the bottom line is there are some people out there that drive like jackasses,
Yeah.
and they think that that rules have been suspended, that it's like Mad Max time, and it's not. Just cut the crap, be courteous, and drive even extra cautiously because people are afraid and frazzled. That's the bottom line. Hey, when the power is out, and we had a couple of traffic lights out after Helene in South Tampa, and people were just running at full speed through an intersection with the lights out. Stop!
Kill yourself.
Stop! When the lights are out, when the power is out and the traffic signals are not operating, that intersection becomes a four-way stop. Everyone stops, and then you alternate who goes, just like when there's a four-way stop with stop signs. That's the way you treat an intersection. And if you see people flying and you're stopping, roll your window down and stick your hand out like a school bus stop arm and just, tell them stop.
Yes.
Give them the urgent stop, 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 stop. So people start to learn. It boggles my mind why you would blast through an intersection that has a traffic light that's not working. Because how do you know that the person coming from the other direction, perpendicular to you, is not saying the same thing? Oh, no traffic lights. I'm just going to race right through before you know it, kablam.
T-bone is your best bet. Could be a head-on.
Another issue that you had mentioned to me earlier was all the people that have begun to fix up and repair from Helene, and maybe they've had new equipment installed, and we might be in for another storm surge situation. Oh, there's got to be surge. It just depends on where landfall is made and how bad the surge is going to be. And that's the big question. That's why we all have to prepare. We all must prepare like this is going to hit us because we don't have a full track yet. But you were mentioning to me like pools and
say you've gone out and said, okay, I need to get a new pool pump. Let's get that installed. That seems like an easy fix after last week to start the repair process. I was just naming some random stuff. I mean, I don't understand I'm not privy to the remediation process to know what stages you might be in right now a week out. But people have made repairs.
They put drywall in already.
Exactly.
They've re-insulated the bottom portion of the walls that have been affected by the initial surge. MJ, Jim Cantori right now is walking around South Tampa talking about how over the next 48 hours, it's a trash pile pickup time for all of these cities.
Yeah, so South Tampa is a mess right now. So you're telling me that's Cantori on the Weather Channel right now?
Cantori live on the Weather Channel.
Put your audio up, put it to the microphone. Hurry up.
Put my audio up here.
Put your audio up, put it to the microphone. Hurry up. Got it?
Come on, get up here, audio.
All right, let's get into some of the details in through here. Again, guys, if you're just joining us, we got a major hurricane in Milton already with something that's going to get even more intense as we go on in time. 195 miles to the west-northwest of Progreso, Mexico. So it's going to get down toward the Yucatan and then begin to pull on off toward the north. And look at the winds that we're talking about in through here. Some very, very strong winds.
All right, Festa, turn it off. I'm going to switch over to the Weather Channel on our TV.
Posted because of time issues. Once we get within 36 hours, which will be certainly, probably tomorrow morning at this time, a lot of these will be warnings. We'll have a lot more specifics on it and maybe have a better idea of where it's going to go in relation to Tampa. But anything even close is potentially catastrophic. And they're talking now about making plans to save infrastructure, which means water gets shut down, electricity gets shut down, perhaps long before the storm gets here. So these are the types of plans in Tampa Bay that we've never seen had to make. Again, look at the rapid intensification. Yesterday morning at this time, we had about a 60-mile-per-hour tropical storm. And now you've got something, Kelly, that's doubled in the wind in terms of the speed,
all right, so
but has gone up 25 times in terms of the power of the wind.
All right, so that is Cantori, and you're saying that he's live in South Tampa?
Yeah, one of my texters sent me a message that he's in South Tampa, and then I logged on to my YouTube TV on my phone, and I saw the little bar. It said Tampa. It looks like a South Tampa neighborhood. And he's standing in front of all of these piles that you'd see typically if you were traveling up and down like West Shore Boulevard or something. And, I mean, these are all over St. Petersburg. These are all over Sarasota. These piles are everywhere near the water. That anybody who got surge 2 weeks ago has these piles in their neighborhoods. And municipalities are just now, even though they have a plan, they're just now wrapping their head around picking these piles up. I mean, in my neighborhood, we didn't have any surge at all, but we haven't had a limb pickup in 2 weeks.
Right.
So everybody has these big piles of limbs in front of their house.
Well, the problem, and as this storm moves inland, still surge is not going to be an issue for you in Lutz. But again, depending on where landfall is made, the surge issue is going to be terrible for a portion of the area. And then, of course, wind. But again, the piles of debris everywhere. And I was texting with the mayor yesterday, Mayor Jane Castor, City of Tampa, should be available for us this morning. I'm waiting for confirmation on when we can slot her into the MJ Morning Show. But they're looking for trash haulers to help. And that's a whole different story. They were hiring independent trash haulers, and they had 20 trucks that were supposed to show up on Saturday, and only 3 showed up. Oh, no. So I don't know what the hell happened with their vendor, but the city of Tampa is looking for private companies that can assist quickly, immediately, today and tomorrow to assist with debris pickup. And all you need is a business license and the proper insurance coverage, and you can get hired by the city of Tampa to pick up debris to get it off the street. Because in a major hurricane, the debris from Helene just from last week becomes deadly missiles. In fact, Chloe and I were loading up a dumpster in front of our neighbor's house. So I mentioned earlier that I was going to talk about this story. Let me just take a second here. Speaking of debris, and all my neighbors were talking about this, all the debris that's up and down our street and in our neighborhood with the older, lower-lying houses where the first floor is essentially at grade, at lot level with just a slight incline, a couple of inches to get into the front door. Those homes got flooded, and all of their contents are still littered all over the streets. Some had private dumpsters dropped off. That's the way to do it, to really get the stuff out of the way. So what happened was, our good buddy Dave Wearmouth, our master carpenter friend who we've known for 20 plus years, he gave us the name of Gabe, and Gabe is Early Bird Dumpsters, and he's a small business, and he has 10, 15, 20-yard dumpsters that he can drop off. And again, he's a smaller company, so you got to see what his availability is. But on Saturday morning, with all the debris, we had him at our house dropping off a 10-yarder, and we filled that sucker up. And he dropped it off, came back and picked it up in a couple of hours and took it to the dump. And then my neighbors then booked him. He brought it back. And then here's the deal. And this is where I'm talking about debris. My next door neighbor has an older home built at ground level, and they were flooded. They had a couple of feet of water inside the house. And they had to pull out drywall, all the furniture, all the stuff in their garage, barbecues, all couches and dry and baseboard with nails sticking out.
It was all soaked in salt water.
Oh, yeah.
You gotta get rid of it.
Massive pile in their driveway. And I'm like, oh, my God. So I call them up, and I'm like, hey, what's the plan to get all the stuff out of your driveway? Because with the new storm coming, we don't want these to become missiles and projectiles. And they're older. They're elderly. They're in late 70s, 80s, I think. And I said, what's the plan? They said, we don't have a plan. I said, okay, I'm going to make the plan. So I called Gabe from Early Bird Dumpsters, and last night at 7:30, 8 o'clock, he dropped off a 15-yard dumpster. He's got a big, giant pickup truck and a trailer. He rolls the dumpster off, and he dropped the dumpster in front of my neighbor's house. So I said, listen, I'm going to order a dumpster. I'm going to get all the stuff. And they're like, oh, God bless you. Thank you. Hey, listen, I'm helping you out. I'm helping the neighborhood out. So I ordered the dumpster. It was dropped. I got Michelle out there holding a flashlight. It's raining at 8 o'clock last night, and we're loading up a couple of 1,000 pounds worth of debris. Chloe and I literally picking up the furniture and the drywall and the baseboard and just all kinds of junk and metal and barbecue parts and Chloe and I, and thank you, Chloe, if you're listening. Chloe did a wonderful job, and we're literally in the dark, in the rain, loading this dumpster up. And I just got word from Gabe from Early Bird Dumpsters. He's already picked it up. So now my neighbor's driveway is clear. So my whole end of the block is clear, but you go down a couple of 100 yards, and
there's all these piles.
There's piles everywhere. So the city of Tampa, and that's my frame of reference because I'm a city of Tampa resident, it still has piles all over the place, and they're working feverishly to pick up as much as they can. They are in absolute emergency mode. Again, 20 trucks were supposed to assist the city of Tampa starting Saturday, and only 3 showed up. That's why they're putting out an urgent call for private companies with insurance and licensing to contact the city and go to work for the city right now and pick up stuff and get paid by the city of Tampa. Folks, if you want to get in, 800-990-1047. 800-990-1047 is how you get in. As you are preparing over the weekend, hitting the supermarkets, Target, Walmart, the warehouse clubs, what did you experience? I don't know. Hopefully the toilet paper run has stopped with that, that dock strike, which has been put off until January, as they apparently have a tentative deal. So any aspect, anything you want to phone in about, any observations, anything that you saw, anything that you would like to discuss. I mean, it's wide open phones right now, and if it's about the hurricane preparedness or anything related, any tips, anything that happened to you during Helene that you would like to warn people about, again, any angle, any aspect, 800-990-1047 gets you on. 800-990-1047 gets you on the show right now here on the MJ Morning Show on Q105.
2 things. One, a friend of mine texted me, this is a good idea, and many parents may do this, but with your kids home from school this week, based on their age, what's age-appropriate behavior, it's a good time to enlist them to help do hurricane preps. And I think that can alleviate some stress for children, again, depending upon their age, because you're giving them tasks to do, and you're making them feel like they can, have some sort of control or contribution to this effort and the situation that we're in.
Hey, go take the SUV and fill up the tank.
Well, that's what I just texted Doug. I said, make sure Daviana gets gas in the cars.
All right.
But the other important thing is, did you guys not hear what Conteri said that jumped out at me?
What?
They're thinking about turning off electricity and
I heard that.
Water
to save infrastructure. Listen, remember in North St. Pete, they turned off some of the sewage pumping stations with Helene. Remember there was a warning, don't flush your toilets, don't put stuff down the tub, don't put stuff down the kitchen sink. That was a day or so?
Yeah.
In St. Pete. Yeah, so in a preemptive fashion, they might decide to shut off electricity, natural gas, water, because infrastructure can be damaged even further if it's operating during a weather event. So it's not out of the question. So Jim Cantori said that just a few moments ago.
I heard him say that.
But we have had that happen in the past. I know that, and this seems to be counterproductive, but Tico Gas, they apparently, to one of my neighbors, that their gas line was truncated for their generator. So their power was out because they had a localized transformer in their yard that had a problem with the a couple of feet of salt water that it was sitting in, and they tried to fire up their generator, and then it turned out that Tico Gas had done something to the supply feeding their generator. And I don't know what that could have been. I don't know if it's a separate line. I don't know how they control that because we never had a gas issue at my house. I don't have a gas-powered generator. But my stove, my water heaters work on natural gas, and they work just fine. Let's grab Denise in Largo. Denise, hi. You're on the MJ Morning Show on Q105.
Hey, everybody's staying safe during this storm. My question is does anybody know what this evacuation situation get out of this area?
All right, let me give you. Hang on a minute. Greg D's available. Just hold on one sec. Let me get a hold of Greg D. Let me put you on hold for 1 second. That is a great question, and I'm gonna grab you. Let me get Greg D quickly from Channel 28 ABC Action News. Let me buzz him, and let's see if I can get him on here quickly. D's on 6. All right. Greg D on line 6, ABC Action News. Hey, Greg.
Hey, MJ, excuse me, I only got about 2 minutes.
Yep.
I'm sorry, we're very, very busy this morning.
Yeah, understood.
But yeah, I'm happy to call.
Yep. All right. So we have an upgrade. So how did they upgrade to a Category 3 even, well before the 8 o'clock advisory?
Well, basically because they're trying to perfect the forecast and put as much model data into the models as they can. There's going to be aircraft in the storm at all times. There's missions throughout the day. There's missions around the storm, and the aircraft keep flying through the eye regularly, and they are finding that the pressure is dropping fast. It's really dropped significantly since yesterday. Usually the pressure drops first, and then the winds ramp up, and that's what's happening. The winds are at 120. It is a tiny storm. If you look at it, they're saying the hurricane winds only extend about 25 miles away from the center. So you're looking at a very, very tiny hurricane right now as it passes north of the Yucatan.
So does it get bigger, smaller, or stay the same as it approaches Florida's west coast?
As it approaches the Florida west coast, the upper-level winds will stretch the storm, and that'll make it larger. Now, I don't think this is going to be Helene size.
Larger but weaker, potentially, right?
Correct, because you're taking the same amount of energy and you're now spreading it over a larger area. And when you do that, the winds drop off.
So is that good or bad?
That is good.
Okay.
The Hurricane Center doesn't think it's going to be a Cat 4 when it gets here, but it's still going to be a Cat 3. And here's the problem with the surge. Because of the way it's moving, it's going to be coming in from the southwest. It's not turning. It's just heading into the coast. Whatever momentum the water has, even as a Cat 4, that momentum will continue as the storm weakens, and that water still sloshes towards our coast. So even though the winds may be dropping, I don't expect the surge numbers to drop as the storm gets closer.
Wow. Anything else that we learn from the intermediate?
That's all I got now. Yeah, there'll be another one coming up here, actually in the next few minutes, the 8 a.m., and then a track update at 11. So I'll definitely call you guys back and let you know.
Yeah, Greg, just text me, and I'll watch my phone all morning long for all of your availability.
Will do. Really appreciate you guys. Thank you so much.
Appreciate you. Greg D., ABC Action News, meteorologist. He's doing the morning shift on Channel 28, ABC Action News. Dennis Phillips will join us at 9 o'clock this morning, a special MJ Morning Show edition of Dennis Phillips Live at 9 o'clock this morning. So an hour and 15 minutes away, Dennis Phillips, who has massive command over these types of storms, and Dennis has become a real go-to over the decades here in the Tampa Bay area when it comes to these hurricanes. So Dennis Phillips live at 9 a.m. this morning here on the MJ Morning Show on 104.7 FM Q105. So spread the word. Start sending texts out that Dennis Phillips will be live on MJ 104.7 FM beginning at 9 o'clock this morning. Speaking of radio, before I go back to phones, speaking of radio, make sure you have a battery-powered radio. This is going to be potentially a much larger power outage event. That means that you might not have television or cable. You need to have radio. Sure, you can stream us on your cell phone. You can stream a lot of different options through the various streaming services on your cell. But if power's out, do you lose your cell phone battery? Hopefully you have battery banks that are charged. So if you need to charge your cell phone. Also, in a hurricane, sometimes cell phone infrastructure gets damaged. Sometimes
The towers get knocked
the
down.
towers
Yeah,
get
sure.
whatever, or sites get flooded, or they lose power and the generator runs out, or it doesn't kick on at some of these sites. So I always recommend, yes, you have your cell phone that you can listen to and stream audio on, but get a battery-powered radio. If you have Amazon Prime, you might be able to try and find Amazon Prime that will do a same-day delivery today. You know, the weather, we're going to have some rain on and off today, but today and tomorrow, Monday and Tuesday, folks, these are your last 2 prep days, and it's going to be a zoo out there. But I would recommend, if you don't have a battery-powered radio, that you go on to Amazon. If you have Prime, try and see if you can find a battery-powered radio that can be delivered today. So same day, or if they guarantee it by tomorrow, and make sure you have the appropriate batteries for that radio. But always having a battery-powered radio is another item in your toolkit that you need. Your flashlights, your water supply, etc. Let me go, Roxanne. I
have an important question.
Yep, I want to go back to
Greg D.
and then we'll go back to Denise and Largo, who had questions about evacuations, and then Fester. Andrew, can you see if any of the counties have updated any of the evacuation orders? I have the evacuation orders as of late last night. And I'm going to get Denise back on in a second. What did you want to say?
I have it might be a dumb geometry question. I just want to have this in my head the right way. When Greg D says it's 25 miles from the center of the storm, those hurricane force winds, are we talking radius or diameter? I assume we're talking radius, because I think if he meant diameter, he would say from the center of the storm to both sides.
No.
You know what I mean?
No,
so he says 25 miles.
You take the center and it's 25 miles out.
Straight line out.
So just straight
the
line.
diameter.
Just forget about that. It's just take the center of the storm and it's 25 miles out. Don't worry about that. Just look at the blob and stop making your fingers.
Wherever the line is, it's 25 miles out.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
wherever the center is.
Yes, wherever the center of the storm is, it's
diameter,
25 miles.
It's 50 miles.
If you wanted to draw,
don't confuse things. Don't.
I'm trying to get it. See, it's a more complicated question.
No,
than I asked.
all of the geometry people are sitting there saying, "Thank God, Roxanne asked that question right now."
No, I just want to I'm
let me do
picturing
it.
in my head.
3.1415.
Hey, just because you guys don't know the difference between radius and diameter, since neither of you will answer my question.
We don't need radius and diameter. Stop it. Just take the center of the storm, and it's 25 miles out.
Okay, you just showed your complete lack and utter lack of knowledge regarding geometry. But no, I'm just kidding. You guys are good.
Hang on a second. Let me call
answer.
Jane Castor. Hang on. Jane Castor, I think I can dial her now. Hey, Andrew, clear up a line for me. Andrew, just clear up that line. Just hang. I need a line because our hotlines are busted, which.
We have everybody on hold. I know a lot of people have a lot to say, a lot of questions.
Clear that line. I need the line now. Just clear the line. All right, thank you.
There we go.
All right. Hang on. I got to try and... All right, here we go. 8133. All right, calling Mayor Castor right now because a lot of people in Tampa and all the other cities have questions about the debris pickup.
Hey.
Mayor Castor, MJ Morning Show on Q105, 104.7 FM live. Mayor, thank you. I know it's a busy morning. All right, what are the most important messages that you want to deliver to our listeners for the city of Tampa right now?
Most important message is stay informed and follow the evacuation orders. I know we've had a lot of near misses in the past, but if Milton stays on the trajectory it's on now, this is going to be the biggest storm that we've seen in the Tampa Bay area.
Since 1921, since the storm that hit Dunedin, 103 years ago. All right, Mayor, let's talk about the trash pickup situation. I saw your presser yesterday, and listen, you guys were on top of it with all of the city resources and all of the public works dump trucks and all the crews working overtime doing the best they can to clear the debris. You were still bringing in 20 additional trucks from a private vendor. And what happened?
They didn't show. They showed up with 3 trucks.
Do we know what was their explanation? Why were they 17 trucks short?
That happens with contractors, debris pickup. They just sign contracts the entire state, and then they sort of cherry pick. But they were supposed to be here. They get a week to organize and arrive. And Saturday morning, I was out there at 6 a.m. at the lot, and no show. So we had three additional have shown since then. But we're just taking it into our own hands and executing emergency contracts with hauling companies, individuals that have license and insurance.
All right, so let's simplify this. Let's just cut right to the chase. If you are a contractor, if you have dump trucks, hauling trucks, the city of Tampa will hire you if you have licensing and you have insurance. Is that correct, Mayor?
That's correct. What we really need, too, are the grabbers. Best case scenario is a lightning loader. Those are the giant trucks that have the crane installed in them.
Yep.
But even having the claw and then having dump trucks that we can, I'm currently working with Kimmons to try to get them out with dump trucks and just have a claw go street by street and pick all of that up. We only have till this evening.
Yep.
So we're doing everything we can to get it out of the way. And I know that the community is rightfully anxious about the storm, about the debris that's out there. And we're doing our best to make sure we get it all off the street before the winds crank up.
All right. So how does someone contact the city? What is the point of contact if we've got haulers, dump trucks, private companies with, we're talking about tree service companies. Any tree service company can go to work for the city of Tampa right now. You'll get paid. What is the procedure? Who do they call? How do they make contact?
It has to go through our purchasing, and I will get we have a phone bank that is open right now, so I'll get all of those numbers for you, and they can all be funneled through our purchasing. I know we did, I'm not sure of all the contracts, but I know that we did an emergency one with College Hunks hauling junk.
Yep.
So we had a couple of their trucks out there as well. So let me get you the information. I'll text it to you. And we'll see what we can get moving here.
All right. Mayor, if you could text me as soon as possible, then I can get the phone number out and, get as many trucks calling in to, clear the roads. Because, we're just cleaning up from the Helene debris, and we don't want all of that debris to become flying missiles and projectiles. I took it. I just told a story, Mayor, just a second ago, and I'll let you go. I hired a private dumpster yesterday to haul. I've got elderly neighbors. They had flood damage, all kinds of stuff in their driveway. My daughter Chloe and I and Michelle, we were out loading a 15-yard dumpster in the rain at 8 o'clock last night. It was just picked up to get it out of my end of the street.
Awesome. That makes you a very good neighbor. And for everybody else in the community, our McKay Bay, the waste site, you can take your debris there for free. So, if you want to help out a neighbor, there are some neighborhoods, like my neighborhood, Seminole Heights, just a few homes were affected. And so what we're trying to do, we've got Palmetto Beach, Davis Islands, and along West Shore, north of Gandy, and then down in Port Tampa, and we're trying to pick up all of that. I mean, we have entire streets just full of debris, and we've been working on it since basically the winds from Helene died down. Our crews have been out there literally just kicking ass, picking all this stuff up.
All right, so today is a big day. Are you not able to have full force out tomorrow? Because Tuesday still is a full day of prep. Can we still have crews out all day Tuesday as well?
Yeah, we can have crews out all day today, as far tomorrow as, I apologize for that. All my days are running together. Tuesday evening is when the winds are predicted to crank up.
Yep.
And so we need to get all of that debris out of here before that time.
All right, Mayor.
Also,
go ahead.
Let me also, anybody that's listening that has not signed up for the city's alert system, it can't be any easier. You text one word, Tampa Ready, to 888-777. And for Spanish speaking, Tampa Lista, 888-777.
All right, so Tampa Lista and Tampa Ready, 888-777. I know you're meeting with your emergency management folks in the city of Tampa. When do we expect evacuation orders to come? What is the timeline?
We have a 10 o'clock press conference out at the county at Hillsborough County EOC and expect the evacuation orders to come then. And
Okay.
the county will be announcing all of the centers, the schools that are opening up. There is a shelter right now at Middleton High School that is open, but they are preparing to open, I believe it's 20 or 22 shelters throughout Hillsborough County.
All right. Well, again, the track is uncertain still. We're in the cone. There's, at this point, still a 100-mile margin of error. There are a lot of factors, the shear, the trough. It is still west of the Yucatan, and we're just waiting to see, how far it dips on Yucatan, how that sets up the trajectory, and where it is. And, of course, it is a compact storm. We just had Greg D on from ABC Action News. Dennis Phillips will be with us in 1 hour for an extended chat here on the MJ Morning Show. But there are still a lot of factors. But, Mayor, I know you agree. We all have to prepare that it is going to hit our street.
Without a doubt.
All right, Mayor, thank you so much, and we'll be in touch.
Appreciate you.
All
Take
right,
care.
Thanks. All right, Mayor Jane Castor, City of Tampa, live on the MJ Morning Show. What you just heard is for Hillsborough County, including the City of Tampa, and it's going to be, your Temple Terraces. It's all going to, all your municipalities inside of Hillsborough. There's going to be an EOC meeting at 10 a.m. this morning, and expect zone evacuations at that point. Certainly, it's going to be Zone A, and it's going to be interesting to see if they dip into Zone B on the evacuations. All right, speaking of evacuations, let me go back to Denise in Largo, and I appreciate Denise holding. Denise, thank you for hanging on. I wanted to come right back to you. Your question was evacuations. Now, you just heard what the Hillsborough. Oh, hang on a minute. Denise, we don't have evacuation orders yet for. Hang on a sec. Okay, hang on. Dennis can talk to us now. Calling now. Hang on. So Dennis,
what was your question again?
All right. So let me tell you where we are for your county, and you're in Largo in Pinellas. What they announced yesterday for evacuation orders, Pinellas healthcare facilities in zones A, B, and C. That's all they announced so far.
That's hospitals, nursing
homes. Yes, facilities like that. So healthcare facilities in zones A, B, and C were announced last night, but nothing for regular evacuation. That's going to come today, okay, Denise?
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you for holding. I appreciate it. All right, let me get a hold of Dennis right now and see how long Dennis can hang with us. All right.
Yeah, but with all these evacuation orders, MJ, the key is to use your best judgment as to what's right for you and your family. Just because they don't say evacuate, it's also a real possibility that nothing that great's going to happen in town for the next 7 days. So if you can get out of town or you have a place to go that's north of here and safe, leave.
Yep.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning. All right, listen, I'll take you whenever I can get you. We're an hour early. We had Dennis scheduled for 9. Maybe we can chat again in the 9 o'clock hour. But, Dennis, I'll take you when I can get you. Dennis Phillips, ABC Action News chief meteorologist. Dennis, take it away.
Yeah, hurricane hunters just found winds of 120 miles an hour, making it Cat 3. We were talking about this the last couple of days. It's a really small storm. Hurricane winds only extend 25 miles out. That's it. So the worst of these winds are within a 5-mile area. So on the positive side, on any given area across your listening area, I mean, the odds of an individual spot getting those winds are obviously low just because it's such a small area.
But someone's got to get it.
That's the bottom line.
Yeah.
Someone is going to get it. And the Spaghetti Miles are still doing a pretty pathetic job in trying to reach a conclusion, which kind of stinks this far out. I mean, I apologize for that because, this is the time where people need to know, am I going to be in those extreme winds? Am I going to be in that small area where I need to get away from the coastline? I mean, you guys know traffic is going to be ridiculous today, I think, because at this point, people are going to see, okay, well, this is a big storm now. It's Cat 3. It's going to get bigger in terms of strength. We might want to get away from the coast. That's how people are going to play this. the issue is it's going to go across the state. So hurricane winds are going to extend all the way across the state, but again, in a very small area, relatively speaking. So if I'm talking to the whole group, I'm saying, hey, the overwhelming majority of our area is not going to see extreme hurricane winds. Unfortunately, there will be an area about 5, maybe up to 10 miles by landfall that are going to get it. And I'm not comparing this in any way, shape, or form to Andrew. But if you remember, with Andrew's damage, you had a small area, Homestead, that just got absolutely devastated.
Yep.
And then you went 6, 7, 8 miles in another direction, and they didn't have nearly as much. And I think, worst case, that's what's going to happen. Now, on the positive side, I think it's going to be running into 40-knot shear starting 24 hours before landfall. So it will inevitably weaken some. It's going to happen. Matter of fact, the structure, I think, by the time it makes landfall, the southern half will be ripped apart. There's still going to be an extreme area of wind, surge. The first surge numbers just came out, 10 to 12 feet within the area, 15 miles from the point of landfall and south. So again, it's all about landfall point. And I know, there's folks out there who say, well, don't look at the line. The line doesn't matter. The line does matter. The line matters because where the line eventually makes landfall is where the worst of the wind and the surge is going to be. Unfortunately, we don't know still specifically where that line's going to be. I mean, we went from Helene, which was the best forecast ever. I mean, everybody knew all along the path where that storm was going to go.
And how does that happen that a week later it's sloppy? How does that happen?
The steering currents are just very different. The steering currents were so precise with Helene. They never changed. They were strong systems, and we knew where it was going to go. This one, it's more ragged. You've got a trough that's coming down. How far south that trough moves is huge. But yeah, last time we didn't have any moving features. This time we do. And tracking a moving feature, is obviously just a lot tougher than a stationary feature. So, as this approaches, it will be in a small area. I expect we're going to see some devastating winds. I think we're going to have widespread power. Boy, we've been through this before. We're going to have widespread power outage. We're going to start to see blue tarps because there will be people who are going to have roof damage right along that worst case scenario line, that 5 to 10 mile width. Where is that area right now? Right now, it's between Tampa and Sarasota. Right now, that's the current NHC track.
And that's a 60-mile spread.
It is. And within that 60-mile spread, right now, there's going to be about a 5 to 8 mile area that's going to get the worst of this wind. Now, the hurricane winds, I think by landfall, will probably extend about 40 miles out. That's just hurricane winds. We've gone through that. I mean, most of our storms, the big ones that we've had, Irma, Ian, some of the smaller ones, even Adalia last year. And for that matter, even Helene, we had 65 to 70 mile an hour winds. Now, these will be stronger in the outlying areas, but again, they only are going to, by then I think they'll extend probably 40 miles out. I think that'll probably be how far hurricane force winds extend. So again, if you're talking the big picture, you're looking at most people listening to this right now are not going to be having to deal with those extreme winds. But unfortunately, the people who do, it's going to be bad. And I just posted Indian Burial Grounds. It's time to work your magic because, we're now to the point where, this is real. Now, we still have 2 days. You still have 2 days to prepare for what it is that you're going to do because this is not going to hit till later Wednesday. And by the way, the models are slowing it down a little bit, which is actually a good thing because the longer it's over water with that shear being impacted the last 24 hours, the weaker this is going to get. And, small storms can weaken faster. They strengthen faster like we're just seeing, but they also weaken faster. So this is not all, doom and gloom where there's just no way out of it. We can see some benefits before landfall, but let's not candy coat this at all. I mean, this is going to be somebody in the west coast of Florida and probably between Tampa and Sarasota is going to see the worst of this thing.
All right. When will we know? At what point are you comfortable in saying we will know who is going to get the worst of it?
Yeah, I mean, I wish I knew that. I mean, I use Charlie as an example. We thought we knew back in '04. We thought we knew Tampa was X marks the spot. I mean, Tampa was ground zero, and it ended up hitting Punta Gorda 6 hours before landfall.
Yeah.
It made that change. So, at this point, I can't answer that because the models simply have not come into agreement. We're at the mercy of our science right now, and obviously at this point, this is when it shows that we're at our weakest when we don't have the ability. I mean, I will tell you, the Hurricane Center has not budged their track in 3 advisories. They've kept it pretty much right where they've kept it. So, from the Hurricane Center's perspective, at least right now, they're pretty confident in this track between Tampa and Sarasota. Are we ever going to get closer than that? I would probably say no, because we know as these approach landfall, they often have a little bit of a wobble. And boy, if there was ever a time that these wobbles matter, this is that time.
Yeah.
Because you're talking 5 to 8 miles, that small area. I don't want to over dramatize this or anything, but in a small area, there have been folks who said it's like a hurricane. I'm sorry, it's like a tornado.
Tornado.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like a 5-mile wide tornado that hit where the winds are going to be super strong. Now, they're not as strong as most tornadoes, but 120, 130 mile winds is reasonable at landfall in a small area. So you could kind of say it's like a 5-mile wide EF1 tornado or possibly EF2. But I'll say this again. Most people listening right now, you're going to deal with hurricane winds. You're going to deal with power outages. Surge, again, if you're in an evacuation zone and it's mandatory, you don't have to go across the state. Probably don't want to go across the state because it's going to be in line to get hurricane winds too.
Right.
You find the nearest shelter if you can, or a friend who's away from the water, or however you can get it, and you do your best to ride it out. And there are, PTSA, there's the buses are running where they're free. So there's a lot of people who've said that they've lost their cars from Helene and they don't have a way to get out. There are options. Uber last time was offering free rides to people who could not get to, and you have to check on that, the details on that. But in the past, they've done that to get you to shelters. I remind people, if you're going to evacuate because of water, normally don't evacuate because of wind. In this case, that might be one of the exceptions. But normally, if you evacuate from water, you hide from the wind, you run from the water.
All right, Dennis, we just had the mayor on, Jane Castor, just before we called you. There is a Hillsborough County EOC meeting and presser at 10 a.m., and that's when it's expected they're going to announce the mandatory evacuation orders for Hillsborough County. And, of course, all the other counties, Pinellas and Pasco, Citrus, Hernando, Manatee, Sarasota, those will all follow. Pay attention to all of your local counties and your officials. All the information will be out. We'll bring you information as soon as we have it. What is your guess, Dennis? Let's talk Tampa for a minute here. Of course, evacuation A zone is going to be a given. How deep do you think they're going to go if you were to just have a gut feel?
Hurricane Center is saying along and south of the path, 10 to 12 feet. If this track is Bradenton South, which is what the Hurricane Center has been going with for a while, then I think it would be more 8 to 10.
All right. And then as far as the evacuation zones, A's a given. Do you think we're going to dip into B zones in some
Probably.
counties?
I think it's better safe than sorry. I think that's going to be the mentality on all of this. They're going to go better safe than sorry. They don't want people a 20 or 30 mile jog. Look at Helene. I mean, no, not Helene. Before Helene, Debbie. Right?
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, look at Debbie. It was going north, and then it veered. It was going north right toward Tallahassee. I mean, everybody was sitting. Was it Debbie or Helene? I don't know. It's all a blur at this point. It was Debbie because everybody was convinced that this thing was going to go right into Tallahassee.
No, Helene was Tallahassee.
Oh, yeah, it was Helene.
Yes,
okay,
yeah.
Debbie was the rainmaker. That's right. Debbie was the one managing Sarasota, slow mover with the rain. Yeah, everybody was convinced the Helene was going right to Tallahassee. They were talking about those massive trees. Everything was going to happen. And then it ended up going 30 miles more to the right. That can absolutely happen. And I will tell you, the majority of the time when there is a margin of error coming in from these angles, it's usually to the right. It's not usually to the left. So that would, bring the threat maybe higher between Bradenton and Sarasota if it were to play out that way. But your answer to your question is EOC has to err on the side of caution, because if you're talking about a 12-foot surge at point of landfall, that is a deadly surge for people who have not left. And we all know there are going to be people, if they hear voluntary, they might be like, well, no, I'm okay. If they hear mandatory, at least it gets the attention more. And especially so close to when Helene just hit with all that water, maybe they'll be more likely. But a lot of people are stuck because the first thing in their mind is, where do I go? Hotels are full. Shelters will fill quick. So the people who wait to the last minute, kind of you're in the boat where am I going to go? Well, the suggestion is, if you have a friend 5 miles in, you don't have to go across the state.
Right.
You just try to hang out with somebody 5 miles in to avoid the water.
Listen, Dennis, you know where I am. I'm on a finger right on Tampa Bay. I'm just south of the Howard Franklin Bridge, right along the West Shore area. I'm one lot off of Open Bay. I've got Canal right behind me, and we are planning to evacuate. We were able to grab a hotel just a couple of miles away in a C zone. So, we're not that far away, and we're in a C for Charlie zone. Now, Dennis, last week with Helene, it was the biggest hurricane storm event in the Tampa Bay area since 1921. 1 week later, do we have the opportunity, unfortunately, to have the biggest storm activity since last week?
Well, certainly the possibility is there. I mean, even with the track. Now, if this track were to go 30 miles south, the storm surge would be significantly lower for the Bay Area. If it were to go 30 miles north, it would be the worst that we've ever had, because a Pasco landfall would bring all that water into the bay, and you're talking a 12-foot surge. We had 7-8 feet with Helene. We're talking similar numbers, maybe a couple of feet higher in some spots. So yeah, I mean, the people who flooded last week again. But the difference with Helene was it was the entire west coast of Florida. It was everybody from Sarasota County, south, all the way up to landfall.
But keep in mind that if it does hit Sarasota, Bradenton, or in that area, that the people south of that, they're going to have massive storm surge, while the Tampa Bay immediate might benefit. We feel bad for the people that are on it or below it.
That's 100% correct. Yeah, it's where landfall is, and south is where the extreme surge is. North doesn't get off unscathed, but it's a lot lower, because what will happen, I mean, here's something else to look for. If this were to make landfall around Bradenton area, I'm just using the Hurricane Center's track as an example, I think it's pretty likely that the bay could very easily drain again like it did with Irma, because you're going to have such a strong offshore flow early on before it starts to come back in higher. I mean, that's just, it just all depends on the angle and the intensity now. But again, remember, Irma was a large storm, and thinking this through, Milton is a much smaller storm. So honestly, I guess it wouldn't really have the reach that Irma did. But the point is, the offshore flow north of that storm will be significant. The onshore flow at or south is where most of that surge will be. So we're still 2 days out. I mean, we're still over 2 days out. So, I mean, it gives us chances for things to change, and it also gives us a chance to, have a better idea for these models to come together. You would certainly think as we go through the day-to-day that's going to happen. But to their credit, the Hurricane Center has really not changed their forecast. They're honing in on Tampa to Sarasota as an area where it's highest likelihood of landfall. Might it be a little more north or south? Yep. That cone of uncertainty still extends, all the way down toward Fort Myers and up toward Crystal River. But the closer you get to the event, And that cone of uncertainty has nothing to do with the storm. I've said this a million times. It's not them saying, okay, it's going to be from here to here. Nothing. There's no human element in that cone of uncertainty. It is just the average margin of error in the Hurricane Center's track over the last 5 years. So
Dennis,
every hurricane. What's that?
Oh, sorry. I finish your thought, but I just have 2 technology questions for you. Yes.
So all they do is they take every forecast that they've made over the last 5 years, and they average each time increment, 12, 24, 36, 48, 72, 96, 120 hours. They look at all of them, and they say, what was our average margin of error of all these storms? That's what your fan is. That's what your cone is. That's it. So at 96 hours, at 72 hours, whatever the 5-year average of errors are, that's what that cone is. It has nothing to do with a man-made, okay, well, let's see. We think it could be as far as here, and as far as here, this is where we'll draw the cone. That's just not what it is.
Interesting. Okay, so 2 technology questions for you related to hurricane prediction and tracking. First is, we were talking earlier this morning, and in my head, I'm thinking, okay, my family survived Andrew in South Florida, so that was what strength was that? Where did
5.
that hit?
That was
right,
a 5.
That was a 5,
right?
yeah.
So I'm just thinking these thoughts, doing this comparable, and I'm wondering, is there a database? Is there a place where we could look and see, all right, this hurricane is similar to this hurricane that hit back in whatever year? You do a great job of just explaining, as you talk. Okay, it's kind of like this one. It's
so you
want to
know if there's anything to compare
Right.
this storm to that anyone
Exactly.
could get a snapshot of.
Yes.
Yeah, well, I mean, the NHC's got a list of every single hurricane. I've never seen a site that says, here's the current site, hit calculate, and it would tell you which one is more recent.
And Dennis,
Right.
we've never seen this approach, have we?
No, they come in from the south usually.
Good point.
That's the other thing. That's why it makes it worse, unfortunately, because you get a storm that parallels the coast, you're typically not going to have quite as much extreme surge. It's coming in at not a 90-degree angle, maybe more like a 60 or 70-degree angle. So it's going to push the water more directly into a smaller area, mind you, a smaller area, not as widespread like Helene, but unfortunately it's going to be a larger area of impact.
But also, Dennis, this was off the west coast of Mexico, crossed southern Mexico, into the western part of the Gulf. I mean, I just can't recall ever having that be a possibility.
Nah, it's never happened. But as I will tell you, this was tropical depression number 11 in the Pacific. We talked about it on DPL last week because the Pacific models were bringing it across Mexico and kicking it right. And then at that point, it stops. It doesn't make a forecast any farther than that. And then the Atlantic, these are the Atlantic NHC that handles these storms in the Gulf and the Atlantic. They weren't picking it up at first because it was a Pacific storm. Once it crosses over, then it's their territory. And at that point, the models were we know in October, storms that are west are going to come to Florida. They just are. If it's a Gulf of Mexico storm, it's going to hit Florida this time of the year because we're bound to get a cold front. And those cold fronts are going to steer it into Florida. I mean, it's always our worst case scenario. The last major hurricane to hit the Bay Area was in October 20th, because now, as you said, this one came from the south, but they're going to come to Florida because eventually a front is going to come down and kick it east. And that's exactly what's happening today.
Dennis, prepare. That is the word of the day and tomorrow. We have 2 days. And I'm looking at the 8 o'clock, Dennis, and they're up to a forward movement, moving east-southeast at 8 miles an hour. Yesterday, we were at 6 for a time. Overnight, we were at a 7-mile-per-hour forward speed. Do you see this increasing in speed, staying the same, or decreasing?
No, it's going to increase because that trough that's going to eat away a lot of this, some of this, hopefully a lot of this, before landfall, is going to start accelerating it, kind of like a snowball going downhill. And the faster, the bigger it gets, the faster it starts to roll. And that's kind of what's going to happen with this. That trough that's going to bring it to Florida, right? The thing that pushes it to Florida is also going to accelerate it as it does so. So its forward speed is going to start picking up, which is a good thing because the faster it goes, the faster it's in and out. It won't linger. We won't have as much rain. 5 to 10 inches of rain is still a tough thing considering how much rain we've had of late, and there will be some flooding with that. But make no bones about it, the surge and the wind right along that path is where the worst of this is going to be. I mean, I know how many people always say, don't look at the middle, don't look at the path. No, I absolutely disagrey. I think that middle is paramount to everything because that's where the worst of the wind will be. Now, the surge will be, the same thing for that matter. The surge, worst of the surge will be along that line and south, about 10 miles. If this is a Bradenton storm, the bay will get significant surge. If this is a Sarasota storm, the bay will get significantly less surge. If this is a Pasco storm, we will be in the worst case scenario and we will be getting the highest surge in our area. If it's a Pinellas, then the wind along Pinellas will obviously in about a 10-mile area, 5 to 10 mile will be extreme. The surge will still be probably every bit as bad in the bay because, again, the bay will be just to the south of where that landfall is going to occur. And all of those possibilities are absolutely still on the table. Yes, the trend has been a little bit more south, and the Hurricane Center has kept it a little south. But when you're talking 20 miles, 2 days out, that's not predictable. It's just not predictable. I mean, we see those wobbles. Those wobbles as they occur are not predictable. It's called nowcasting. You throw the models out the window and you look out the window at that point.
Yeah.
And we're going to get to that point probably 6 to 12 hours before landfall. So that would be Wednesday early morning. At that point, it's like, all right, well, let's just start seeing where these wobbles are and see where they go. And that's ultimately who's going to get the worst of it. It's going to come down to that. So even if the models start to come together and say, okay, it's going to hit here, we all know as Floridians, we've seen it. There will be wobbles as it approaches, and where those wobbles occur is who ultimately is going to get the worst of this.
When I was doing coverage for Irma, and that was 2017, it was, what was that, October 2017? Irma?
Yeah, I believe so.
Hang on, I'm sorry. September. So it was mid-September 2017. I was doing Irma coverage, and I want to say it was 9 or 10 o'clock at night. And I was in studio at the old company I used to work for. I was pretty much round the clock coverage, and I had Dennis, the National Hurricane Center lead forecaster, on the phone. While I was on the phone with him, and this thing was about to make landfall, I was looking at Miami radar, and I was watching the storm literally with the hurricane guy on the phone from the National Hurricane Center down in South Florida. And I'm saying, sir, I'm looking at the radar right now, and this eye has just moved to the east of I-75. And he says, yeah, it is. So remember that at the last minute, that trajectory changed, and instead of rolling up the coast, it moved to the east of I-75.
Yeah, and again, it's called nowcasting. I mean, that's the way it plays out. I mean, the models 2, 3, 4 hours out are useless. They're not going, and not to mention, they're not going to help anybody anyway, because at that point you're hunkered down. You're not going to go anywhere. So the same happened with me with Charlie. I had an NHC forecaster with me, and they had not changed their track, and it was very clear that it had already made a right turn. And I was talking to the guy on the phone, and I was arguing with him on TV, saying, "Look, why aren't you guys showing that this is going to be more to the right?" Like, well, we still feel it's going to be Tampa. No, it isn't. It's not going to be Tampa because this is happening. So again, it's kind of as you approach landfall in those 6 to 8 hours before landfall, models are useless. High resolution models are useless. Those wobbles cannot be predicted. They just can't. So at that point, you just watch it, and hopefully you're in a safe place, and we deal with it, and then we start picking up the pieces after. I will tell you, unexpected last-minute changes are always a thing when they come in at more of a steep angle, right? If it's coming in from the south, there's always a possibility of a sharper turn. When you're coming at what it's coming in like this, at more of a direct line, more of a straight line. It isn't a straight line, but it's a lot closer than what we normally see. You're less likely to see a dramatic turn at the end because it's coming in at a much less severe angle. But you will still have those wobbles. And those wobbles can be 10, 15 miles in a change. Helene was a perfect example. that track was up toward Tallahassee, and it ended up in Horseshoe Beach, 30 miles east. 30 miles in our area is a massive difference in terms of how impacts could be on the major metropolitan areas.
Dennis, do you feel that rule number 7 is going to be invoked?
My thing with rule number 7, it started back in 2012 with a storm that was going to miss us. But my take is this. When you have a major storm or a small storm, freaking out is the last thing that you want to do. Because how do you make a decision for your family, for the livelihood of your family? How do you make that kind of decision if you're freaking out and your head's not screwed on straight? You got to try your best to listen to everything out there, not act emotionally. And I get it. We're all scared. Every single person listening to this right now is probably a little freaked out. Yeah, there are some areas that are safer than others. If you live in Citrus County or Hernando County, maybe your stress level is a little lower than folks living in Hillsborough or Pinellas or Sarasota or Manatee. But at the end of the day, I still say freaking out is the last thing you want to do. You keep your head screwed on straight. You listen to the authorities. You listen to the EOC. And you do what you have to do to keep your family safe. And that's where we are right now, 2 days out.
And for those that don't know, Dennis's more hyperbolic rule number 7 is don't freak out unless he freaks out. But the bottom line is just make good decisions, keep your wits about you, and prepare. And Dennis, you just hit the nail on the head in that everyone has a degree of anxiety and apprehension. You get that pit feeling in your stomach when you think about worst case scenario for your home, your neighborhood. So we're all feeling anxious to different degrees, and you have to try to manage the anxiety and just get stuff done, because being a basket case doesn't help anybody.
Yep, and I got to run, but I will tell you, I posted, and I'm going to post it again. I've gathered over the years just a really great list of ideas on how to prep if you're going to ride out the storm. And I'm going to post it again shortly, because it's I didn't come up with the list. I've just kind of gathered it over the years. It's a really awesome list for things that people can be doing today and tomorrow to prepare for what likely will be some extended power outages in some areas and everything else that goes along. So check that out on my Facebook page. I really think. By the way, you use Instagram more than I do. I'm more of a Facebook guy.
Yep.
I just realized that my posts on Facebook, I would try to copy them and share them on Instagram. I guess Instagram has a character limit as well. I never knew that, but I just found out that it did because I tried to copy something from Facebook and post it on Instagram, and the whole thing wouldn't copy. So whatever. So there must be a limit of some sort, but I do try to post both on Facebook and Instagram, and that list will be there. And it's a really, really super helpful list for preps that you probably would want to do if you are going to ride out this storm over the next couple of days.
Dennis, if you can, text me that list as well, and we'll send people to your Facebook page as well.
I don't think I can text it.
Okay.
It's too long.
All
it's
right.
literally super, super long, but I can send you the link.
Yeah. Once you post it on Facebook, send me the link so I can share it and give people your Facebook. Follow Dennis on Facebook. Do you have 1 million followers yet? I mean, it's out of control.
Yeah, almost.
Yeah. And let me know if you have time for a quick hit in the late 9 o'clock hour.
I'll try. We have a lot of meetings coming up and a lot of Zooms with the powers that be, so I'm not so sure I'm going to be available. But, I mean, we pretty much just covered everything.
Yeah. I mean, listen, the half hour you just gave me is worth its weight in gold, so thank you.
All right, guys. Be safe.
Thanks,
you too.
All right, bye.
Dennis Phillips live. We just did a half hour straight with Dennis. So we were going to have him on at 9 o'clock. Listen, this is a very fluid situation. He sent me a text. He's going to be slammed because he's got his operations at ABC Action News, so they're calling for meetings. That was going to take him out of the realm of possibility for us in the 9 o'clock hour, so he just gave us the half an hour now, an hour earlier. So I've been promoting all morning Dennis Phillips at 9. We just had Dennis Phillips from 8 to 8:30. And if you missed it, it'll be on our YouTube feed. Folks, at this time, follow, subscribe. You can go to MJTV from our website. So this whole show, every day, we are on YouTube. We have cameras in the studio. Every single show is a live stream and then recorded for viewing and playback on demand later. So to get to MJTV, just go to mjmorningshow.com. Up at the top, you'll see MJTV. Click on that, and then it'll take you to our MJTV page. You'll see a logo for, watch us live now. That's during 6 to 10, and then you'll see all of the shows that post below. But go ahead and subscribe. Follow us, subscribe to us, so you always have the ability to watch MJ Morning Show, MJ TV. Also, follow my Instagram. I'll post whatever I can on my Instagram, Certified MJ Radio. That's my Instagram, Certified MJ Radio. I did some posts. Oh, also, I did a little test, and I haven't posted this video yet. I'll go ahead and I'll post this during the next break. I did a water test. You know those green ammunition cans? The ammo cans, the green military-looking cans? Mm-hmm. And I have a number of those, and I wanted to just test them. Now, the newest can, the M2A2 ammunition can, is supposed to be watertight. Even the M2A1s are watertight, but they improved it with the A2s. And I did a test. I dropped a can in 6.5 feet of water for over 12 hours, tied to a rope. And then I pulled it out. Inside the can, I had put some rocks in there to weigh it down, and then I had toilet paper, and I had a bag of empty shells in there. But I loaded it with toilet paper, opened that thing up after 12 hours, bone dry.
Oh, good.
Nothing in that can. So for valuables, documents, ammunition, those cans, if it's the latest version, the M2, you want it, don't go for generic cans. Make sure you get the real military surplus for future events. You want the real military. There's a place called cleanammocans.com. I've got no affiliation with them, but cleanammocans.com, they sell the M2A2s, which are military surplus, like they were used once. They're like brand new, but they're the real deal military. And I know that after 12 hours under 6.5 feet of water, not one drop of water got into that can if you're looking for something watertight. So I got to go ahead and post my video maybe during the next break. Let's grab, I've got phones on hold. I thought that was a very informative segment with Dennis. The bottom line is prepare.
And I think we need to pray for de-intensification.
Yeah, I want to get Lee Burkaw on. Oh, did we? The cash. Screw the cash kitty. We missed that. That was half an hour ago.
Sorry,
thanks for holding that up now at 8:35. Yeah, Roxanne.
Oh, that's right. They can't text it in.
Yeah,
No.
Roxanne just held up. Hey, cash kitty.
Yeah, it's over.
That?
Yeah,
It's over.
That was 8 to 8:15. I'm sorry, cash kitty. I'm chucking you aside for emergency reasons.
It's okay.
All right, let me go to phones. 800-990-1047. 800-990-1047. I've got a request out to Bob Gualtieri, who is the sheriff of Pinellas County. We have access to Chad Chronister. We'll check in with the sheriff. Also, Lee Burkaw, the city of Tampa's police chief. We can check in with him. I want to play a chunk of audio, though, from Bob Gualtieri, the Pinellas County sheriff. And they had some people taking advantage of the Zone A evacuations during Helene. And he said this time around, they're not going to have it. And they're going to shut you down. So restaurants or some bars and other businesses were staying open in the mandatory evacuation A zone.
Yeah, along the beaches. Some of them stayed as like a last refuge or a safe harbor, and they were open till like midnight and stuff. And then water started coming into the restaurants. Along the beaches.
And you got people inside. Give me another hurricane over here. I mean, come on, listen to a little bit. Hey, Andrew, you got a 4-minute clip and you got 30 seconds.
Play the 4 minutes.
All right, let me play the let me play the shorter clip. This is during the Pinellas County Sheriff Bob Gualtieri's presser yesterday. Listen.
And I can tell you, and I'm going to take a different approach than what we have in the past. What I've said in the past is that we're not going to force people to leave, and we're going to be a little bit more assertive with it this time. And for those people that are in mandatory evacuation zones, in the past, mandatory evacuation orders have been issued. and bars stay open, restaurants stay open, people just going about their business and stores. That's not going to happen this time, because we're going to shut you down, because we can't have the tragedy that we had a week and a half ago.
So the last I heard, we had 12 deaths in the Tampa Bay area. From Helene, 12 deaths. 10 of those deaths were in Pinellas and 2 were in Tampa, in Hillsborough. 12 deaths. And they were storm surge related for the most part. So you just heard Gualtieri, Pinellas County Sheriff, saying mandatory evacuation A zones. If you're a bar or you're not staying open, this time we're shutting your asses down. So you don't have people gathered and collected to potentially exacerbate the situation or injury or death. So I thought that was a very, very important chunk of audio to play. All right, let's go back to phones here in a second. 800-990-1047. 800-990-1047. Comments, questions, observations. Are people behaving themselves out there? What was it like as you were gathering supplies and readying yourself and your family over the weekend? Again, we still have 2 days. We make a plan, have a plan, know what you're going to do. It is very likely that we're going to have mandatory evacuations in zones B and C in some areas. Certainly, Zone A, we're going to hear about evacuations coming up shortly from the various counties. Sarasota, Bradenton, Pinellas, Hillsborough, Pasco, Hernando, Citrus. You know, the coastal areas, we're going to hear about the flood zones, your A, your B, your C, your D, your different colored zones. We're going to have mandatory evacuations that are going to hit. You know, the question is how far in? You know, I told the story earlier that Michelle and I, we were able to get a hotel room. You know, our first couple of choices, but we got a really good place, which they had miraculously had not sold out. We're not driving far.
The Red Roof Inn on Del Mabry?
No, it's not the Red Roof Inn.
But the Knights Inn off of Himes?
No, it's not. No. All right, so here's the deal.
The Dutch Motel, corner of Florida Avenue in Hillsborough?
No, it's not that one.
Is it a hotel or a motel?
It is a hotel.
So the door doesn't open up to the parking lot or anything?
No.
Okay.
It's not
I just want to make sure you're safe.
It's not one of those along Gulf to Bay, just past McMullen Booth. No, it's not one of those guys. One of those nice 1960s Florida jobbers. No, it's not one of those. It was a movie. It was like one of those movies was shot right along there on Gulf to Bay. I can't remember the movie. Then, of course, you had the Florida Project, which was shot over in, Kissimmee, which that was another good movie. All right, so this is what we did. We went right away to our first choice, which was I think Residence Inn or whatever, right at Boy Scout and Lois, and they had already sold out. And that was Michelle's first choice because they have a mini kitchen. So they got a stove, they've got a kitchen in there. So they were sold out. Then across the street was sold out. So we were able to get fairly close by, off of Dale Mabry in a C zone. So we do have a hotel room booked. I booked a room for Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. And keep in mind, my home from this hotel is only, 3 miles as the crow flies. I mean, it's fairly close. But the difference is my home on Tampa Bay in South Tampa is an A evacuation flood zone, and the hotel room that we rented is a C, as in Charlie, zone. Andrew wants to know if this is our first evac. No, we've Michelle and the kids, when they were little, they went to Saddlebrook one year for. We've done a couple of evacs, but the more recent ones we stayed, and with Helene we stayed, and of course I had nothing in the house, but depending on where this storm hits, depending on where Milton hits, that's what's going to dictate surge. So with Helene 100 miles offshore, we had 18 inches of water in our garage. I still had a little over 3 feet before it would have gotten into the first floor. We had almost 7 feet of storm surge in South Tampa. 7 feet. And my first floor at my house is at 11 feet 3 inches. So I had about 3.5 feet to go. This could be a different story depending on where it hits. I don't want to think about it. Are we prepared? Yes, we are prepared. Michelle, I think, came to bed at 4 a.m. I think I was just about to get up as Michelle went to sleep. So we've been working all weekend long, getting projectiles out. I made sure that my end of the street was completely empty. We had 2 dumpster drops. I had a drop and go late last night. Picked up this morning to clear out. Folks, if you haven't heard this, and then we'll go back to phones. So I had all of my yard debris, 35 bags of yard debris.
That's a lot of debris.
And the city of Tampa said that we're not going to be able to pick up the yard debris most likely. They're going for all the furniture, the drywall, the baseboard, all of the refrigerators. They're trying to get all of the missiles, the non-organic stuff out of the street, and they're working like hell. So I called Gabe back from Early Bird Dumpsters. By the way, he texted me. He's already flooded with phone calls. You want to know the power of radio? You want to know the power of the MJ Morning Show? So I mentioned this small dumpster company. He's got 10, 15, and 20 yarders that he just drops, you fill, and then he picks it up at your house. I mentioned him earlier, and he already is flooded with phone calls. But he came out for Helene, and we filled up a dumpster. Then 2 of my neighbors then hired him, and he brought it back after he took my stuff from Helene. That was our, the garage stuff that we tossed away. And luckily, anything important we brought into the house, and everything else that was in the garage that was not really necessary, but we had it, and we all have those conditions where we have stuff that we really don't need. We tossed it in the dumpster. We're done. So then yesterday, I had Gabe come by, and he had space from a previous pickup, and we loaded all of my yard debris in. And then right across the street from me, the neighbor had his lawn guys retrieve remnants of a dock that had broken apart from a neighbor and landed in his yard. So he had all of that debris put out to the curb, but they weren't hauling it. So with my dumpster from Gabe at Early Bird Dumpsters yesterday, I put all of my yard debris in, 35 bags and just tons of fronds and all kinds of crap and branches, loaded that up, and we were able to put the dock parts in as well. So my front of my house and across the street cleaned up. The big problem for us was there's an elderly couple that lives next to us right on the water. They flooded. Older house, right on ground. I mean, literally, their first floor is 2 inches off the ground. They had a couple of feet of water. They had a lot of damage inside. One of their back glass doors blew in with the surge as well. They had to flee to the upstairs of the house. All of their remnants, the contents of their garage, and a lot of the furniture, not all because some was already picked up, but they had a ton of crap in their driveway. And last night at 8 o'clock, 7:45-ish, in the rain, in the dark, Gabe from Early Bird Dumpsters dropped off a 15-yarder, and Chloe and myself and Michelle, we were out there in the rain loading up all of our elderly neighbors' stuff because we don't want that to become projectiles to hit our house, their house, other houses. So I asked them yesterday, what's the plan? We don't have a plan. I said, all right, I'm going to take care of this. So I just grabbed the bull by the horns. I hired Gabe to come back out, and we literally, with gloves in the rain, were throwing all their stuff. So their driveway's clean now. We don't have projectiles down there. So that's a positive thing. All right, let me go to phones. And, you can call Gabe. Gabe has already been hit with phone calls.
I mean, he's probably flooded. There's a lot of dumpster companies out there. I mean, you like this guy, I know.
Yeah,
but call whoever you can help you.
Get whoever you can get. However, I've been really happy with this dude, Gabe.
Yeah, but if he has like 15 dumpsters, which is a pretty good margin.
I don't know what his availability is, whether for now, pre-storm, or certainly people are going to need him again after the storm. So his is Early Bird Dumpsters, and just do a search and it'll pop up. All right, let me go to phones. Phones are loaded, and I rented cars yesterday. I'll tell you my car stories coming up in just a bit. How about Reese in Panama City? Reese, you're on the MJ Morning Show. Hi.
Hey, two things. One, Hurricane Opal was in the 90s, actually October 4th, but she came more south from the Yucatan and ended up coming towards us, but made a direct hit towards Fort Walton Beach and Destin.
Yep.
And then number two, Panama City Beach and Panama City, Florida, almost every hotel and condo is sold out.
Yeah, people that are fleeing along the West Coast and coming up into the Panhandle.
Yes, I have family coming up from Homosassa.
Yep. All right, Reese, thank you for checking in. I appreciate it. Sharon in Tampa. Sharon, hi, you're on the MJ Morning Show.
Hi.
Go ahead, Sharon, you're on.
Oh, I'm sorry, it's Sherry.
Yeah, go ahead, you're on. Go ahead.
Long-time listener, I just wanted to tell you guys that there are some people that are taking advantage, especially gas. I went to try to get gas this morning at the corner of Nebraska and Fowler at a Texaco, and the man refused service, but served the two people behind me who are there every day. And I said, well, that's not fair. And he said, well, they're here every day. You no gas for you.
Oh, my God, it's like it's the gas Nazi. No gas for you.
Yeah.
Next.
And I'm like, are you serious? And he's like, I don't know you. And I'm like, no, that's not right.
Yeah,
so I
all
travel from Tampa to Clearwater every day, still trying to find gas. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah, that's unfair. I mean, if you're a customer in line and you've got gas, so he was trying to save gas for what he considers his regular customers.
Regular customers, exactly. Because the man behind me, he's like, oh, I'm here every day for coffee and cigarettes. But that's not the point. So I reported it.
Well, maybe you should start smoking and drinking more coffee.
And, maybe you should start smoking at the pumps as well.
Yeah. I mean,
no, I don't want to do that.
Yeah,
Sherry, no
I'm
offense.
I'm kidding.
I blame you on this one, Sherry. I'm sorry.
Wow, no, that's wrong. And you're saying this is Texaco where?
On the corner of Nebraska and Fowler.
Yeah, it sounds like one of these one-off
It is.
things.
It
It's not
is.
like you didn't. Is there no gas at these larger 20 pump
hit
places?
Wawa, hit
Yeah.
Racetrack, hit
Yeah, no, I'm over here. I just came over. I just drove to Howard Franklin to come to work at Clearwater, and I just went to a Shell, 2 Shells, and a 7-Eleven, and they have those yellow signs.
They got the yellow bags over the handles, right?
All right.
All right. Well, listen, it's just distribution. So many people are pumping gas that the trucks have to be able to get from the port to replenish these stations. So the gas buying is accelerated. Thank you, Sharon. I wish you Sharon, were you able to get gas yet?
No, not yet. I have to wait until I get off work to try to find some.
All right. Well, by then, I'm sure a lot of the stations are going to be replenished. So a lot of people did stuff over the weekend. Hopefully, the tankers will get out to replenish on your way home.
Yeah, thank you guys. Long-time listener. I'm the heavy-duty cutie girl with the tattoo back there. I've listened to you guys for years.
Yeah, heavy-duty cutie with the tattoo back there.
All
Okay.
right. Thank you.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
I was on a part where you guys were talking about tattoos.
I remember.
Or over 40 years old. So.
I remember the heavy booty duty cutie patootie, whatever you call
Thank
yourself.
you, Sharon. Have a great day.
Y'all take care.
All
Y'all
right.
take care. Be
You
safe.
bet. Let me grab
Bye.
Kate. Kate in Town and Country is on the MJ Morning Show. Kate, welcome. You're up next.
Hey there. So I have a gas station story, too. I'm in Town and Country. I'm near Veterans and Waters, which is one of the busiest racetrack stations. My daughter works there, dropped her off at 6 a.m. Their pumps are down. And across the street at the Marathon, their pumps are all taped up, no gas.
All right, so what are they saying? When is the racetrack? You're saying at the Veterans and Waters?
Yes.
When are they expecting to have a delivery?
Well, it's not that they're out. It's just that the pumps went down. Whatever mechanism they used to run the pumps.
Oh, wait, so you're saying they've got gas in the ground, that the gas pumps physically broke?
Yes. All of them.
Holy crap! Get A.O. Smith out, or whoever, Gil Barco. Get the service team out there.
Yeah. So my daughter, I just talked to her a bit ago, and she said she would let me know when they're back up and running. But as of right now, they have no service to their gas pumps.
All right. Well, it sounds like more of a one-off deal. Thank you very much. I appreciate it, Kate.
All right. Take care.
All right, Ed in Largo. Ed, hi. You're on the MJ Morning Show, Ed.
Hi, MJ. I listened to you about this storm surge. It's on Zone A. how far does Zone A go in before it starts being Zone B?
You have to check your map. It's different all over the Tampa Bay area. So you have to go to you're Jeff, you're in Tampa. So go to Google and type in Hillsborough County flood evacuation zone map or something to that effect.
I don't have any access except for my phone. You mean I'm
on your phone.
On your phone, just go to your browser, go to Google.
Do that.
Well, I'm sorry?
I don't really know how to do that. All I use it for is just contacts, phone numbers. I just wondered, is there any zone clarification on
Ed, where do you? So you're in Largo. Where do you?
I'm in Largo.
All right. So you need a Pinellas County flood map, right?
All right. So hold on a minute. We're not going to do it on the show, but we will have Andrew help you out. All right. Do me a favor.
Andrew will look up your address for you.
Yeah. All right. So hold on a minute. We're going to help you out here.
I don't have flood problems. I just have worry about wind shear.
Right.
So that's what they're evacuating from right now. They're evacuating from flood.
From storm surge is really what the primary reason for evacuations is. All right. So hold on.
I'm in a mobile home community of 1,100.
Okay, yeah, well, listen. A lot of the mobile homes, those are mandatory evacuations.
What are all of your neighbors doing
at some point? So again, for Pinellas County, look for evacuation orders coming shortly later this morning. Now, let me put you on hold here. Andrew's going to try to help you out. Ed, hang on. All right, Ed is on 4. Let me grab Ken in, what time? All right, you know what? Let me grab a break here. All right, everyone on hold. Regla, Jeff, Ken, all the other callers that are on hold, hang on. I'm coming right back after the break. So don't move. I don't want to get too late here. We're going to come right back with your phone calls after the break. Here on the MJ Morning Show on Q105, 104.7 FM with full Hurricane Milton coverage. And I can't believe that it's freaking Milton.
Of all the names.
Of all the freaking names, it's Milton. And no, I'm not playing crotchety old man calls. The crank calls were funny. This Milton is not funny. So I'm not playing any. Something, hey, MJ, you got to play a Milton Fludge cow call. No, I don't, and I'm not. Not playing any freaking Milton calls. Of all the damn names, it's Milton. Hitting the west coast of Florida. What the F? All right, 800-990-1047 gets you on. We'll go right back to phones next here on the MJ Morning Show. Morning show on Q105, MJ and the crew, 9:02 on a Monday, and we've been in prep mode all weekend long at my house. I'm sure you've been doing exactly the same. We went to Publix. Publix I thought was really manageable yesterday, and lines weren't too bad, but, you know, typical...
Yeah, I went to Sam's Club, and it looked like a war was about to happen.
You know what? That's why I didn't go to Costco.
Right.
I figured that Costco was going to be apocalyptic as well. And I already have tons of water. You know, we have toilet paper, and we didn't panic with that longshoreman strike and the whole toilet paper issue.
I'm not even worried about water.
Yeah.
I'm going to fill a garbage can, put a couple of drops of bleach in there, and just rough it.
Yeah.
Put a big straw and some bleach.
I gotta just drink street water. Just put a couple of drops of bleach in. Get out of here.
I'm gonna run my hose.
Yeah. We wanted to get a couple of things, for the hotel if we do need to evacuate. So car-wise, again, I already said that we do have a hotel not far from our house. It's just in an evacuation C. It's in a C flood zone, which I feel fairly comfortable with that. Car-wise, Lorenzo at Veterans Ford. I'm bringing back the F-150 Platinum you loaned me. I'm bringing that back to you right after the show because I don't want to be responsible for that. So I'm bringing and I rented 2 cars at the airport yesterday. So let me tell you what's going on. So Lorenzo and Veterans Ford, longtime sponsor here on the MJ Morning Show. They're great. And, of course, they're helping people left and right with the flood damage cars from Helene last week. I mean, this just sucks. I mean, we're just cleaning up from last week, and now, blammo, double whammy. The hurricane season that was sluggish and was not producing the effects of what they were predicting suddenly has come to life. And here we've got the 2 right here in the Tampa Bay area within 1 week of each other. So, when it rains, it pours. So, Veterans Ford, for flood-damaged Helene cars, they've got Ford A-Plan pricing. So that's inside, back scenes lingo. The A-Plan is what Ford employees can buy a car for.
It's like the lowest price you can buy a Ford car.
The lowest price, it's below what the dealer pays by a couple of $100. And it's amazing. So anyone with a flood-damaged car can get a brand-new Ford car, truck, or SUV from Veterans Ford at Ford employee A-Plan pricing, just with insurance proof and all that. They'll walk you through it. They'll help you out. It's a great place. But with my car, we've got an SUV that is in the shop because we got nicked in our garage with salt water, and it apparently trashed my starter. Car starts, but it's going to have problems, and it's not testing right. So I need a new starter on our SUV. It's at the dealership. And then I was getting ready to rent a car, and Lorenzo called and said, nah, just come over here. I'll give you a pickup truck to drive. So I've been driving this awesome, brand new F-150 Platinum, but I'm bringing that back to Veterans Ford right after the show because, I'm responsible for that. That's on my insurance company deal. I went to the airport yesterday, and I rented a Dodge Ram. I think it's a 3500.
That's a big truck.
That is high. I've got it is a really high pickup truck. I got these from Hertz at the airport. Got a friend at Hertz. So I rented a Ram 3500, big-ass pickup truck. It is high off the ground. And then Michelle has a Grand Wagoneer, which is nice. And that thing has the lift where you can, lift it up to, 25-inch clearance.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So we've got 2 rental cars. And here's the interesting part of my story. Then give me the screener. Let's go back to phone calls here. I'm going to go back to phones. All right. Oh, hang on a sec. So Max might reboot us. I'm going to take calls here in a second. If you're on hold, hang on. I'm going to phones here in a moment. 800-990-1047. So typically with my car rentals, and I've got some preferred rental status with Hertz and Avis through my my Amex, I let Amex take care of I waive all insurance. So, it's my insurance company and Amex. They work together to figure out if there's an insurance claim. Remember, I totaled a Jeep Grand Cherokee. Remember with Brad Harden? We were
on the interstate.
We were driving back from Syracuse during a snowstorm because our flight to LaGuardia when I was working in New York got diverted to Syracuse, and Brad and I were on the same flight, and we got in a rental car, and then we had a tap bus, switching lanes in icy, snowy, blizzard conditions. I'm going 29 miles an hour, and a bus taps us because he was driving like a maniac, spins us out. We go into our guardrail, totaled the freaking car.
Did the bus stop?
Yeah, 4 miles down the road, and I think he was already in Pennsylvania, south of Binghamton. Anyway, no one was cited. He should have been cited, but no one was cited. The insurance company and my credit card, they worked it all out, and I didn't see any deal on that. But the point is, on these 2 rentals, on the Dodge Ram 3500 that I have and the Jeep Wagoneer, I said to my pal at Hertz, full coverage. Make up coverage and put it on. No, so I've got full coverage on these vehicles. Typically, I waive the coverage because I have, the coverage. I'm happy with the credit card and my insurance. So I said full coverage, just loaded everything, all coverage. And I said, all right, what is covered? He said, if any of these vehicles floats down the street and you never see it again, you're fully covered.
You're fine. You're covered.
That's it.
It almost sounds like a challenge.
All right.
Because
Listen,
you're a guy who likes to get your money's worth.
Dude, trust me right now. I don't want anything like that to happen.
No, of course not.
I'm dreading this one. Am I apprehensive? Am I a bit nervous about this? Of course, that's only natural. But you got to keep your wits about you. All right, let's hit phones. Thank you for being patient and holding. Jeff is in Tampa. Hi, Jeff. You're on the MJ Morning Show.
Good morning, everybody.
Yes.
I was just wondering if $3.77 a gallon for unleaded is a little bit price gouging.
Whoa. Who's charging $3.77 a gallon?
Wawa, Orient and Hillsboro.
Yeah, that for regular gas, $3.77.
Yes, sir.
That was just That was just like $3.25 or $3.19 just days ago.
Yeah, $3.17, I think it was. Pam Bondi, come on down.
Well, hold on.
No.
Listen.
Pam Bondi.
No, it's Ashley Moody.
Yeah, Pam Bondi has not been the state attorney general for many, many years. It's Ashley Moody.
The thing is, it's higher than most places. It's still not gouging. It's not $6 a gallon. It's not $5 a gallon.
Yeah, but I wonder why. Because I bought gas at Walmart. I filled up a bunch of gas cans and filled up vehicles Saturday morning at the Walmart at 275 in Dale Mabry, and I was at I think I was at $2.89 a gallon.
Right.
Because I've got the Walmart's the gas
Plus card or something. Or?
Well, I've got you scan the pump on the phone and it's tied to the credit card. Yeah.
But I mean it's higher, but it's not gouging.
Yeah, but it definitely seems high.
There are some airport gas stations that always charge 50 cents more a gallon. Right. And it's still in that. It seems high, but it's not ripping you off crazy, ridiculous high.
By the way, all of our phones just died because
Oh.
they're working on the phone system.
So everybody who was on hold got hung up on?
Everybody on hold, if you're listening to us, everybody on hold just got dumped because our phone system is not working properly.
Does
And
nobody here know how a radio station works?
Hang on a minute. Yeah, it hasn't. I'm trying to select the line.
All right.
All right. So
That sucks.
our engineer is working on the phones. All of the phone, excuse me, all of the phone-in lines, the 800-990-1047, all of those lines are working. Our internal back lines, like our hotlines for our guests to call, those lines are broken.
Fantastic.
So they're trying to fix that. In the meantime, I guess he had to reboot the system, and the whole thing went. So right now, I'm trying to select lines. Good morning. Is someone there? Hello. I thought I'm picking up lines. I guess no one's there.
Okay.
Hello. Is anyone there? All right. So the phones, I guess, are not connected yet. So I was going to stick with phones. Let's, Andrew, can you go check with Max and see when the phone's going to be back up so I can get the calls back on? No, just ask him what the time frame is.
It might take 5 minutes to reset. We're just wondering. Andrew.
Yeah. Yes, Roxanne.
I just had a friend text me that hurricane activity alerted her radar app that it is a Cat 4 now, and I'm trying to confirm that.
Oh.
What I can find is Dennis Phillips just did an update about 5 minutes ago and said hurricane hunters finding flight level winds at 146 knots. Milton is already 150 miles per hour at the surface. He's expecting another special NHC advisory soon.
All right. So they're saying it's now Cat 4?
Well, my friend got a hurricane activity alert. So and based on those on those weather alerts, I'm trying to confirm it elsewhere. But that speed that Dennis is talking about.
Yeah. What did you just read? Did you read me? Because I just got a text from Dennis. Did you get a Dennis text?
No, she got a friend text.
Okay,
She got like a weather alert text.
I just got a text from, literally, I just looked at my phone. This just rolled in, actually 9:04. Dennis Phillips from ABC Action News just texted me moments ago. And Dennis says, hurricane hunters finding flight level winds at 146 knots. Milton is already 150 miles an hour at the surface. This sounds like exactly what you just read me.
Yeah.
I would expect another special National Hurricane Center advisory soon.
Yes.
So 146 knots at flight level. This is easily a Category 4 at this point.
Yes.
Maybe even a 5 because knots, miles per hour.
150 miles per hour.
Yeah. So, wow, it would be a 4 and just shy of a 5. So, again, look for another special advisory.
Imminently.
Yeah. All right. I think phones might be back up. Hang on. Let me just hit one of these. All right. Phones are back up. Hotline is not, but regular phones are. Folks, if you were on hold and you got dumped when they reset our phone system, you can call back right now. I will stick with phones. 800-990-1047. If you were just on hold, you had comments, questions, observations as we prepare for Milton, 800-990-1047 gets you on. 800-990-1047. So fire up the phones. 800-990-1047 gets you in, and we'll grab your calls here momentarily. Andrew just has to rescreen. So, Andrew, if you can give me some notes on the board, that'd be fantastic. So, hurricane watches went into effect for the whole area. And can you reboot your screener, please?
Sure.
Go ahead and reboot the screener. So, hurricane watches went up for the whole area with the 5 a.m. advisory this morning. You're going to have mass evacuation orders coming. We expect with the 10 a.m. Meetings in a lot of counties that mass evacuation orders, especially for zones A, and it's going to be zone B and C in certain areas. So you got to pay attention to your local EOC and local authorities in your city and your county to see what evacuation zones are going to be called for evacuations. If you don't know your area, go to your county map. Just type in your map and flood zone map for your county, and then zoom in, find your location, find your street, and then match the color code to the evacuation to see where exactly you are. We are going to be dealing with a traffic nightmare. People trying to get out of the way of this thing. All the interstates are going to be nailed. I-4 is going to be a zoo. That's going to be a story in itself. I-75 is going to be a mess. Mostly going north, I would imagine.
Yeah.
All right, right back to phones. Hopefully some of the people that were on hold when they reset our phone system can get back in. Brandon is next on the MJ Morning Show.
This is a different
Oh,
screen.
I'm
It's Cheryl.
oh, geez.
Cheryl and
All right.
Brandon.
All right.
Ken and...
What it all got flipped.
I don't know.
All right. All right. I'm sorry. So Cheryl and Brandon, go ahead.
Yes, sir. I've worked for a gas station in, I'm going to just say Bloomingdale area.
All right.
And we got a fuel delivery yesterday morning at 6:30 a.m.
Yep.
By 12:30 p.m., we were completely out of fuel.
Wow. All right.
And the
So,
reason why,
yep, go ahead.
well, the thing is, the pumps aren't messed up. We have to shut our tanks down so the pumps down in the tank don't burn up.
Yeah. So you need the liquid you need to cool the pumps.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
I don't know how that, I have an idea, but I'm not an expert on.
I've worked gas stations for 23 years.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, that's the general rule. And as
Are you tapping into that cigarette supply right behind your back there too?
yes, everybody's getting their provisions
Yeah, I
between
know.
the beer.
When are you expecting more gas? Do you have a delivery schedule?
We do not have a delivery schedule. From what I do know, they're going to be keeping our delivery company in port because if they get out on the road and 25 miles an hour on the wind speed.
No, we're nowhere near that. They have all day today and most of tomorrow to deliver gas. So I would get a hold of your supervisor, your boss, whatever, and just see where
that's what we're trying to do.
Yeah, get your gas there. They got all day today to get you more gas in the ground and most of tomorrow. This is going to be a Wednesday event. Thank you, Cheryl. Appreciate it. Let me grab Ken. Oh, good. Ken was on hold. Ken,
So then
thanks.
when it's all over our yard.
Yeah, hey, Ken, hang on a minute. Ken, so I think you just got back in, right?
Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
good. All right, Ken is St. Pete Beach. Hi, Ken, go ahead.
So the Exxon gas station on there, they're a little higher on price, always been. Diesel's real high. So I'm waiting in line. The lady in front of me goes in, no credit cards, cash only. So she gives them $30.
Whoa. Why is it cash only?
I don't know. Probably because they're trying to scam people. So listen, so she gives them $30.
Yep.
She gets $24 in gas, goes back in. He says, no, sales are final. How about that? So when I went up,
All right,
I just gave $75.
whoa. That's ridiculous. So didn't give her change?
Yeah. Nope.
Where is this?
St. Pete Beach Exxon, right on 75th. I used to frequent there on my way to work. I have a business on St. Pete Beach, and I live in Pasadena.
Yeah. Well, that
The
needs
business
that.
got-
If your story is accurate, that needs to be investigated.
It sounds
Well,
like
right.
there's issues, Ken, at all these smaller one-off branded places.
Yeah, and they might know.
Well, they own a couple. They own a couple of different ones. They own a Raleigh in Pasadena, the same people. And, they were like, oh, cash only. And then I'm like, so the lady, when she comes out, because she was in front of me, I'm
Yeah,
waiting.
it sounds like they're itching for an investigation from the state attorney general.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to call because that's bullshit.
Okay.
But,
Thank you, Ken.
I mean, like, their diesel was 60 cents more, 70 cents more down than what you just go over the bridge and in town.
Right. Hey,
And I'm like, oh,
all right.
my God.
All right, thanks for the call, Ken.
All right.
All right. Let me grab Alex in Polk County. Alex, you're on the MJ Morning Show. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was wanting to find out what Polk County would be expecting as far as like the winds and stuff out of the hurricane.
Yeah, listen, Dennis was on earlier. I'm going to send a message to Greg D. See if we can get Greg D on the next avail. Oh, for those that were tuning in at 9 o'clock to hear Dennis Phillips, Dennis came on at 8 o'clock. We had a whole half hour with Dennis from 8 to 8:30. Dennis had to go early because of meetings and planning at the TV station at ABC Action News. So I'm going to text Greg D here Let me send them an available real quick. So what we know about Polk County is with Helene, you saw not much. With this storm, you've got a much greater possibility because this thing is going to move inland. It's going to come into the coast, and then it's going to move inland. So again, depending on where this cuts in, Polk County is a big, giant chunk of real estate. It's one of the larger counties in the state as far as land mass. So Polk County, I mean, you could have Category 1 conditions as far as wind when it cuts across the state. So you got, again, prepare, get stuff that's not tied down, get stuff to safety, because Polk County and some of these inland counties could have hurricane force winds as a Cat 1, okay? All right, buddy. Good luck. Let me grab Sherry in Oldsmar. Sherry, hi. You're on the MJ Morning Show. Welcome.
Yes, hi. I have a question about your house, how to prepare before you evacuate.
All right, hang on.
So,
well, hold on. Whoa. You have a question about your house?
Well, I mean, everybody.
Okay. Yeah, okay.
Anybody's house.
All right, go ahead.
Okay. So you know how it's a real hassle to go into every single room and move furniture to get to the plugs. So my question is, can we leave everything plugged in and just flip all the breakers except for the refrigerator?
That's a really good question, because I'm close to potentially, when I leave my house, just turning off all the breakers, just in case. It all depends on where this thing is tracking, and we have to make a decision based on where it's tracking. If this thing goes south of Tampa Bay and we don't get the surge, then I have a whole different scenario, whether this is head-on in South Tampa or whether it's north of Pinellas County or northern. It's a whole different story as far as surge. But I'll tell you, Sherry, I have the exact same question, and I have some electrician buddies, and they're on my list to call, and I will do so, and I will have that information either later on the show or tomorrow morning, okay?
Okay.
But it's a very good question.
Is she leaving because of, Sherry, are you leaving because of storm surge? Are you afraid of having water intrusion in your home, or are you just leaving to avoid the storm and concerned about a power outage?
Well, I live on a pond, and the pond is maybe 6 feet from maybe 8 feet from my patio door.
Yeah, listen, you don't want to have water intrusion, the concern about water getting into the outlets if you have, flood waters or surge that rises. I had a friend that got flooded, and they had a multi-plug outlet, and when the water hit it, the thing just shorted out, and it was all blackened and burned. So, listen, electricity and water, as you know, don't mix. Sherry, keep listening. I'm going to get an answer for you, okay?
Okay, thank you so much.
Andrew, do me a favor. In the meantime, do a Google search. With storm surge and flooding, should you turn all of your electrical breakers off? Just do a quick search on that, Andrew, and see what you come up with. There's going to be plenty online. Let me grab, how about Amanda in Lithia? Hi, Amanda. You're on the MJ Morning Show. Welcome.
Hi, it's Samantha again.
I have Amanda, but I believe that your name is Samantha. Go ahead.
We'll take your word for it.
Yeah.
I'm all the way out in Lithia.
I'm going to need to see a birth certificate first. No, I'm kidding. Go ahead. You're in Lithia.
Yeah, and the gas stations are all lined up, bumper to bumper. They're running out of gas everywhere. And like the lady that was on just a minute ago that was talking about the one down on Bloomingdale, that they're totally out of gas.
Yep.
When we're asking them, are you going to get more, they have no answers for us. So we want to get on the road to get out of here. And if we get on I-4, we're going to too late. We're going to get stuck right in the middle of the storm.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, so, the obvious answer.
Gas all the way up to the state of Florida.
Yeah. So, Amanda, listen, I don't want to, I'm not chastising you, but why didn't you fill up over the weekend?
MJ, don't ask.
No, I have I'm almost full, but I want to tap it off.
Oh, you want to top it off? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Listen, I'm sure the gas companies are going to, it's just a matter of so many people are buying gas and so many people are out of the normal cycle of when they fill up, let's say once a week or twice a week, and people are topping off. And, people that wouldn't be filling up for, 3, 4, 5 days because they have 3/4 of a tank are now topping off. So you've got the empties, you got the topper offers, you got the people filling up all the gas canisters, and it's just too much gas is being pumped, and they just can't get the supply to the stations quick enough with the tanker trucks. And I'm sure they're working like hell all day today.
I'm wondering when you get on the road though, and you start heading north. I'm going to Jacksonville to be with my daughter up there, which I'm sure they're going to get some of it too. But the gas stations along the way, when you need to stop and get gas, are they going to be out of gas, and then you get stuck in the middle of a storm?
I can't predict who's out of gas, but it's a possibility.
Yeah, Jacksonville's like a half a tank away. Okay, so if you have a full tank of gas, you safely get to Jacksonville. Does that make sense?
Unless you're driving like an Abrams tank that gets a half mile to the gallon.
I mean, then you won't make it to Tampa
Palms.
Palms.
I've got a Tahoe, but it does take a lot of gas.
All right, thank you. Hey, listen, best of luck to you, okay?
Thank you.
All right. Line 6 is Mary. Hi, Mary in Odessa. You're on the MJ Morning Show. Hi.
Hi, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Go ahead.
Okay, my family member is a lieutenant with the fire department, and I asked him that question about the electricity.
Now, Roxanne, why did you call your brother?
Oh, I'm looking at gas right now. Do you want me to call TJ?
No, I'm just saying. You should have asked him. All right, go ahead, Mary. Go ahead.
That's okay. He said to shut off the main breaker. When the power comes back on, shut off all the individual breakers first before you turn your main breaker back on, and then turn the individual ones on.
That sounds like a good idea.
Okay.
So I checked.
Yeah, that'll help. Go ahead.
So I checked my house, and I have 3 breaker boxes in my garage. And I looked on the side of my house where Tico comes in, and I was looking for like a master lever out there. I don't have that. What I have is in my garage, each breaker box has like a master large breaker at the bottom of each box. So I think I would flip all those off. And that sounds like your brother says, then turn all the other ones off. And then when power comes back, you turn the main ones back on and then flip the small ones on each time.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Yep.
All right, Mary, sounds good.
All right, take care. Be safe.
All right, thank you. Andrew, were you able to find something similar online?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Could you elaborate other than just yes?
Well, yeah, similar. I went away from it when I got the explanation, but the Weather Channel, I believe, had a similar.
All right, can you print that out for me real quick? Yeah, see if we can dig that up and print it out, just so I have confirmation. All right, if you're on hold, Mike, Millie, and a whole bunch of other callers, and all the lines are ringing, and we'll screen those. If you're on hold, hang on. We will get to your phone calls next. And I still have just a ton of notes. The storm is intensifying. It's now a Cat 4. I'm going to see when Greg D is available to see if we can get Greg on before we shut things down today. Folks, prepare. I've got a whole laundry list. Dennis sent me his list, so I have that coming up. We might stay on a little later this morning. I'll let you know. All right, if you want to get in, 800-990-1047, and we'll grab your phone calls next here on the MJ Morning Show on Q105. Hey, my friends at Veterans Ford, if you need a vehicle that was damaged by Helene, and who the hell knows what's... 9:35 at the MJ Morning Show and our special coverage of impending Hurricane Milton, now up to a Category 4. I'm trying to get Greg D to see if we can get him on before the end of the show. Hang on, let me voice to text him real quick. All right, Dennis sent us the update. I gave that. All right, Greg. Greg, let me know if we can do a quick hit before we go off the air. Hotline is now working. All right, what was that, Fester?
You can't talk so fast with that talk to text.
It's fine.
All right.
Let me know if your flowers are dying in the garden. What's on the grocery list? You're right. It's all messed up.
You really have to talk much slower.
Greg, let me know if you can do a quick hint before we go.
See?
No, it said a hit. It said hint.
I know.
Yeah.
You have to talk slowly and deliberately with the talk to text.
Let me try it again. Greg, can you talk to us real quick on the air, MJ Morning Show? All right, what did it say?
Probably got all that.
My spleen has to be removed by later today. Oh, look at this. This is crazy.
See, that's why I take my time when I do it, and I also do a lot of ...
Hang on, hotline's ringing. It might be Greg. Good morning, MJ Morning Show.
Good morning, this is Greg D.
Dude, that was fast. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. I've got about 5 minutes.
All right, let's go. So we got another intermediate, right?
Yeah. So I mean, these are coming out so fast, it's almost hard to keep up. We're having trouble keeping our scripts up at our show because it's now up to 150. The pressure has continued to drop to 940 millibars. And every time it drops, the winds are going to go up. So a couple of things that the Hurricane Center did with the track in these intermediate updates, because the center is a little farther south, in the track for the next day and a half has been nudged slightly south. So there's now a possibility this could actually make landfall in the Yucatan, or the eye could brush the northern Yucatan. I don't think that changes much for us, as it's going to go back over water. And they have not changed the track over Florida because there is still just a ton of uncertainty about where the center of the storm is going to go.
It depends where the trough lets up and it allows it to make the movement. Am I right?
Yeah, and then the speed of it, and then of course, the strong upper level shear. How is that going to shape the storm as it approaches? Because that's going to be important too. This is not going to be what you'll see today and tomorrow on the satellite picture is your classic looking buzzsaw hurricane.
Yep.
Well-defined eye, round like a ball, thunderstorms around the center. I think as this approaches us, it's not going to look like that. I think the southern part of this storm may be almost half the intensity as the northern part as the storm gets stretched to the north.
But then you lose the circulation. At what point does that catch up?
Well, unfortunately, it takes a long time to weaken. And actually, you bring up a good point, because when you look at the Hurricane Center forecast, in the Atlantic, they don't have this as a tropical system anymore, just a low pressure center. So it's going to the shear is going to completely tear this apart. The problem is the stronger it gets in the Yucatan, it's just going to take longer for the winds to wind down to some acceptable level, and we're in its way. So if this thing is, if it was winding down from 130, it would not be a major hurricane if it was making landfall here. But if it's going to be winding down from 155 or 160, well, then it's going to be stronger while it's weakening over us. So
all right. So, Greg, if it brushes the Yucatan, if it actually tracks a little further south than they were expecting, does that potentially run it over across the Yucatan straight into western Cuba and potentially
No. I'm talking about just brushing the northern beaches like Progreso, where Progreso is. I think this would stay north of Cancun and Cozumel.
Right.
I think it would already start turning back away from the Yucatan. It would do like a little U-turn dip into the northern Yucatan.
But does that bring the southern west coast of Florida landfall more likely a further south trajectory, or does it do the U and hook up at a steeper angle?
Like a pinball.
That's the question. Does that cause it to move less east, and thus it would come in more from the south than from the west? That's a good question. I don't know. And we're going to have to input all that into the models when it runs. There are so many parts in play with this one. Unlike Helene, which was just getting pulled north and it was so easy, there are so many forces tugging on this storm right now that it's very hard to know which one's the one that, is going to push it in any one direction.
Is forward speed still at 8, or has it accelerated or decelerated?
No, it has not accelerated. It's still moving at that 8 miles per hour, which means it's probably not feeling the impacts of that trough yet. I think when you start to see the forward speed go up, that's when it's starting to respond to that trough of low pressure. That may not happen until tomorrow. We may see a marginal increase in forward speed today, but when you're talking about it really speeding up, I think that's going to be Tuesday into Wednesday.
Do you foresee a trajectory or track change with the 11 o'clock full advisory?
Looking at the models, I don't know if the Hurricane Center is going to do much. I mean, they may, and these nudges, I wouldn't read too much into them at this point.
All right.
I don't think, because the error from the Hurricane Center is 100 miles at this point.
Yep.
Changing the track, reading into the line, measuring it with your protractor on a map and seeing that it changed 5 or 10 miles with such a huge error in mind, I just don't think you could really read into that. I think they may not even be drawing it to that
Right.
precise of a level.
We know what the cone is, and the cone takes into account that margin of error, but I'm wondering if the cone is going to expand further south again at some point.
Well, the way the cone is drawn, and it's drawn based on just historical accuracy at a certain distance in time from landfall, I would actually expect that the cone, whether the storm moves north or south, narrows as we go through the day. So I do think slowly, now at first you're not going to notice this, but especially by 5 p.m. tonight, I think we're going to start to take some parts of the West Florida coast that are in the cone now, probably out of it.
North or south?
Well, that's a great question. It's probably a little bit north and a little bit south, honestly, because the model data hasn't changed. It's still basically center line where the Hurricane Center is. So you're just talking about shaving off a little bit at the top and a little bit off the bottom.
Now, we are still far out from having any accuracy. And as you just said, we've got a 100-mile margin of error on landfall projections at this far out. Do you still think that it's setting up with the hypothetical center line being around Bradenton now? Do you think that is going to remain, shift north, or shift south?
That's if I were to shift the line, if I were to do that, the center line, I would nudge it a little farther north at this point.
Gotcha.
But would I feel confident about that? No. And because the eye will be getting wider as it approaches our coast, even a landfall in Bradenton basically still puts the eye in the bay. So you got to think there's going to be some water that gets pushed under the skyway.
Yep.
Now, if it makes landfall in South St. Pete or Indian Rocks or Treasure Island, then you're talking about a massive push of water into the bay.
Yep.
And that, by the way, that difference between Bradenton and let's say Treasure Island, that will probably be in the cone until hours before landfall. That's the problem. If you're in the middle of the cone and you are consistently in the middle of the cone never leaves your area. It's going to get narrower around you, but it could still, go between Bradenton and Treasure Island and still be in that cone.
When do you think we'll have a much clearer idea? Is it going to be tomorrow?
Tomorrow's going to have to be. So I think tomorrow's going to be especially in the afternoon and evening, as this thing speeds up. Faster moving storms make less aggressive turns and wobbles.
Okay.
There's a lot of forward momentum, and this is kind of like if you think about a cruise ship, if a cruise ship is going at full speed ahead and you're trying to make a U-turn, that U-turn is going to be much wider than a cruise ship that's floating around, 2 knots. It could basically turn on a dime. Yep. You're not going to turn that cruise ship going 20 knots. You're going to take a wide turn. So the faster it goes, these turns become wider and more pronounced and less aggressive and sudden, like it could be doing now because it's only moving 8 miles per hour.
Greg, what's the possibility that it could weaken below a Cat 3 when it hits land, and when would we know that?
That's a great question. It's actually, because we look at the Hurricane Center forecast, it's actually very close to that. It's got it at 125 about 8 hours before landfall offshore, and it will continue to weaken. So it could drop to 110 or even 105. That is absolutely possible. I think their current landfall projection is for about 115. But if it drops to 110, will that make a huge difference? No. Would 105 be a huge difference? I don't think it would. And some of the water momentum, the water moving forward when it was a Cat 4, that's going to continue toward the coast, whether it's a Cat 3 or a Cat 2 at landfall. And remember, even if it's a Cat 2, you're still looking at stronger impacts than any of us saw with Helene just, 10 days ago.
Right.
What about tides? Where at projected landfall time is if we got to pick a number just for the sake of the conversation.
Okay.
So Wednesday, 8 p.m., is that still within the realm?
That's within the realm. I think Wednesday, 8 p.m. to midnight would be my guess. And right now, on this current track, and looking at the tides, which I did check, St. Pete has a low tide at 6 p.m. on Wednesday. So this is just like Helene. Helene, we had a low tide around 6 p.m., and then as it was passing us towards midnight, we were going into a high tide. I think that's going to be the case here, too. I think we're going to be heading towards a high tide as it's approaching the coast.
What about Tampa Bay high tide?
I did not check the one for Tampa Bay. It's going to be around the same time. But here's the danger about looking at tides too carefully with a storm like this.
Yep.
When the tide range is 8 to 12 feet, and when the surge range is 8 to 12 feet, and our normal tides only vary by 1.5 feet, if the surge is maximized at 12 feet, then at low tide you're going to get 9.5. That's still a record surge.
Yeah, it's still a big surge. All right,
yeah,
so
still a big surge. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. All right, seconds ago, Greg, we just got Hillsborough County mandatory evacuation. So Hillsborough County has just announced mandatory evacuation for zones A and B, as well as manufactured and mobile homes starting at 2:30 this afternoon. So Hillsborough County, mandatory evacuation zones A as in Alpha, B as in Bravo, beginning at 2:30 this afternoon, and all manufactured homes.
I will pass it along. Actually, about to go back on air, and I'm going to pass it along right now.
All right. Just came out.
Appreciate you guys.
Thank you, Greg. Appreciate you.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Thanks.
Greg D, ABC Action News, who's been with us all morning. If you missed Dennis Phillips, we thank you, Andrew, for that. Dennis Phillips was on with us at 8 o'clock. So we were going to have Dennis on at 9 o'clock. We had Dennis Phillips on at 8 o'clock. He had to come on an hour early because of all the planning and all the meetings at ABC Action News, Channel 28. Let me grab a couple of remaining phone calls here, and then we'll call it a day and obviously get ramped back up for tomorrow. The message obviously is prepare, and now we've got the evacuation orders coming in. That was Hillsborough. Andrew, can you see if Pinellas has issued anything, as well as Pasco, Manatee, Sarasota, up toward Hernando, if any other evacuations have come through before we get off the air? Let me grab Mike in Newport Richey. Mike, you're on the MJ Morning Show. Hi.
Guys, great job. Appreciate it. I'm the minority when it comes to evacuation. I fly a lot. I got frequent flyer miles. I have 2 kids and a wife. I got family in Nashville, Tennessee. Airport's still open, so I can park the car safely there. I was able to book a flight last night late, but it's not going to work for everybody because we know when you travel, closer you get to the date, the high prices flying out. But just maybe there's a couple people out there that, said, hey, you know what? I'm just going to fly here. It's just another option. It's not going to work for everybody. I don't have any pets at home. I don't have grandma on the top of my car, National Lampoon's Vacation. You know what I'm saying? So, but just a thought. You guys travel a lot, and maybe it's a few people that can get out. Airport's still open. You can park there, but like anything else, it could be expensive. Just wanted to share that with you guys. So,
I appreciate it, Mike. Good luck.
Yes, thank you.
Millie's in Tampa. Hi, Millie. You're on the MJ Morning Show. Welcome.
Hi, good morning. I just want to let y'all know that I belong to the GFWC Tampa Women's Club at 2901 Bayshore, and we are hosting a free drive-through spaghetti dinner for anybody that's hungry, that's preparing, can't cook, or post-hurricane. Come by, get a meal, and be safe.
And when is that? That's tonight?
That's tonight between 5 and 7.
All right. Bayshore Women's Club. So that's right near what? Near Beta Bay and Bayshore?
Right, 2901 Bayshore Boulevard, and we are the Tampa Women's Club.
Is that near the synagogue?
Yes, we're before the synagogue.
Gotcha. All right. Thank you. I appreciate it, Millie.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Be
All
safe.
right. Well, there you go. I mean, it's all about helping people, reaching out and helping people during this time.
Yeah, and there'll be a lot of opportunities, especially later this week, to help people even more.
All right. So look for the evacuation orders to start rolling out pretty quickly. Andrew, any other counties other than Hillsborough? All right, so Hillsborough's just issued theirs, mandatory evacuation orders, Hillsborough County for zones A and B, and all manufactured homes, all mobile homes. So that's Hillsborough County. Pinellas and all the other counties will follow suit pretty soon here. So just be civil, everybody. Prepare. You've got still about 2 days. You got all today. You got all tomorrow, or a good portion of tomorrow, as this is going to be a later event on Wednesday, going into Wednesday evening. All about that surge again. All about landfall. All about that point. And again, the worst of it's only going to be within about 10 to 15 miles of that landfall point, and the worst surge to the south of the landfall point. But the difference here also is this is going to run across the state. So you're going to have hurricane conditions further inland. This is different than the surge event along the coast with Helene just last week. I expect the traffic is going to be nasty with evacuation orders. It's going to be ugly.
Yeah, it's going to be ugly everywhere. The interstate's going to get jammed up moving northbound.
I would stay off I-4 and not go to General RV today.
Yeah, you know what, MJ, everything down I-4 is open for business. All the dealerships are open, but, people are getting ready. Lakeland is right in the path.
Well, again, it depends where it hits, but I think the likelihood that Polk County has some effects of it cutting across the state
pretty high.
Yeah, probably pretty high. So that's different. So listen, Category 4 now, it is strengthening. There are some dips. Will it brush the Yucatan? What happens when it ricochets off that? Where does it head? All of these questions are yet to be answered, but the west coast of Florida will be impacted. We are inside that cone significantly, and we need to prepare in the entire Tampa Bay area. So with that, we'll call it a day here, and we'll join you again tomorrow, bright and early, 6 a.m., and we'll have some stuff even more dialed in by that point. Here on the MJ Morning Show, Q105, 104.7 FM. Andrew, any last things before we get out of here? Fester, anything for you? Any last items that we missed?
Today's the day to prepare if you haven't done it already.
Well, actually, I would have used the weekend to prepare.
Today, we have 2 days left. Dennis just said a little while ago, you have 2 days left. Of course, I would have used the last 6 months to prepare. But
Again,
if you need something, get it today, get it tomorrow.
Margin of error this far out is still 100 miles. So that is a pretty significant swath, 100-mile margin of error. Oh, by the way, for debris haulers, let me just share this again. For debris haulers,
What, for the city of
Yeah,
Tampa?
city of Tampa. The mayor texted me. If you are a debris hauler and you have insurance and you are licensed, the city of Tampa will hire you now, today and tomorrow, to remove debris from neighborhoods in the city of Tampa. So any independent privates with insurance and licensing, you want to contact Jonathan Kane with the city of Tampa at 813-417-2634. Let me give it to you again. Any debris haulers, especially if you have the claws, if you have that little crane device, the lightning loaders where the crane is attached to the actual dump truck, if you have that type of device, they would love to talk to you and hire you. City of Tampa looking for haulers right now to help out and clear the streets before Milton. Call 813-417-2634. And they're only looking for haulers that have a large truck and a pickup claw. So let me dial that even more. So they're looking for, if you're a hauler with large trucks and a pickup claw. So that's very specific. If you're Jim with a F-150 and a shovel, don't call the city of Tampa. Big trucks with pickup claws.
It's a big job.
The city will hire you right now. $10 million. No, I'm kidding. 813-417-2634, as they got to get this debris off the streets. All right, folks, we got to roll. Have a good day. Please be careful out there. Oh, it's the Daily Double.
Now, get the Q105 app and listen to us anywhere. Powered by Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Call 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
What a perfect day for...